Hello, can y'all hear me? Am I streaming out to the world yet? 15 seconds. Should be getting there any minute. I would like to share a bit of LB Cops with you while we're waiting for Karen. So we're gotta remember how to do this because I'm in a new backend software. Thank you, Emester. Emestus. Oh dear, I'm going to be terrible with names today. Let's check this LB on. I thought it was quite good because they did a crash daddy reaction. There we go. I think I might have to change my I might have to mute so that we can do this. So I will pause it and then unmute. But I've got to switch screens as well, so there might be a bit of dead air in between. Aimsters is how you say it. Okay, thank you. Hello, Bonnie. Okay, so I've got to mute if we're going to do this, or else we're going to end up with an echo. So off we go.
Done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the between pedestrians and vehicles.
Kinematics.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that ends up falling on someone's head and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that, we perform testing with hybrid dummies.
As you should.
Yes, you can move
on. You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolf, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired.
Wow, he's coming in blind, dude.
Connected in any way to the defense, is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth, is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case, is that right?
Objection.
I object, Your Honor.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. You can ask it differently.
Ask it differently.
Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, right, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together.
One took the car, one took the body.
Yeah. Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you
Are you live? Hello?
Oh god, I'm a dickhead. Sorry, I was muted.
Are you live right now?
We are live. We were just doing a
Oh my
reaction.
God. I thought it said you're backstage, so here I am still trying to set up.
That's all right. You can keep going. We can watch some more of this. We were waiting for their reactions to "We built a cannon."
Oh God, that was hilarious.
I know they haven't got to that bit yet, but I just wanted to see if the boys reacted the way we all did, because there was some good reactions to it.
That was hilarious.
Do you need a couple more minutes? Because I can hit the play and we can go a little longer.
Yeah, go on. No, I'm
Yep.
here. I'm here.
All right. Well, I gotta mute myself because when it plays
Oh,
through,
Yeah,
my
here, I think, do I do the same thing? Mute?
no, you don't need to. It's only because it's playing through my system that
Oh,
it's playing
okay.
through my system and my microphone's on my system, so it gets a little echoey. But I
Okay.
will mute and feel free to interrupt, and I'll try to quickly pause and interrupt
I
with you.
can see the chat. Where's the chat? Comments. Wait, there. Ah, got it. Okay. Hi,
All right.
everyone. Hi, everyone.
I just wanted
Should
to play it through at least till their little reaction,
I'll
and
sort
that
myself
gives
up.
you, that gives you a few minutes to sort yourself out.
Okay.
And then I thought too, maybe we could actually watch JF. I can't think of his name. Is it JFK? JFK's live stream of him reacting to the 2020. I don't know if that's going to get us struck, but I don't give a shit really. But if you want to,
Yeah,
because you've seen
as
it,
long as they don't play it, because that would be a copyright.
well, we'll see. I mean, like I said, I don't care if we get kicked off. Like,
Oh, no. We can just
I'm not
watch.
stressed. They do play it. I watched it last night with them, but they're still up. So, you know,
Ooh.
someone hasn't done the rounds yet, I
No,
guess.
they'll probably strike it and you could get shut off for like a week or more.
only if
You
you've
lose
got-
your channel.
Only if you got 3 strikes, and I got none right now. So it's cool. I'm onto it, but it's up to you. But we'll go through this a little bit more and just get to at least their reaction to the canon bit, and then we'll move on. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those are the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
You have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it. Is this faster?
Sure. If you.
May I?
Sure.
See how easy court is when you don't have to lie?
It just flows.
You just spit it out.
It just flows.
Yeah, it's very easy because you're just telling the story. This is awesome. He's an SME, subject matter expert, right? We call SME. Well, most people call SME.
How many categories of materials were you provided?
Provided it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX.
What you don't see on the video is where he
Photographs
says
of
these were
recovered
all
evidence,
written in crayon.
Crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy and autopsy photographs.
Got some against crayons?
No.
Based on these data that you were provided, were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, satisfactorily engage in the consultation that you were hired to do
Yes.
and come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
So from those photographs, I was able to identify There was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Correct. Appeared to be daytime, yes.
What did you note about the photograph?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got a debris field or I've got tire marks, what I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all the other.
Spatially, right? Spatially.
Correct.
Why your crime scene is big. You make
Yeah.
it big.
Yeah.
Lots of photos, thousands of photos.
Materials described for the court. Did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
I object, Your Honor! Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
I object, Your Honor!
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Jim Carrey, you got to ask it differently.
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe? Also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by a vehicle?
Yes.
He even drinks water normally.
During your analysis, did you note the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper,
The glass.
more so in the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be
down
some
low.
superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet
Deformation,
metal
I think.
deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 50 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Was there any of
It's going to take us forever to get to the funny bit. And I think the audience is actually losing interest. So I really just wanted to play through to that funny bit just as an intro, but I probably should have remembered that it was a good 20 or 30 minutes in before that happened. So
Oh, yeah.
what I do have,
When he first started his testimony, but yeah, it's been so long ago now.
yeah, I think it was a fair way in. Well, I did a mashup of everybody reacting to it.
Yeah.
And oh my God, Emily D. Baker's reaction was just so good. Like, she just had the best reaction out of everybody. So,
Yeah, because they all watch it live, don't they? And then chat in.
right.
So
Well, she was doing something else at the time. So she was coming in a day or two later. And so everyone was saying, do the Crash Daddy mashup, Crash Daddy mashup, Crash Daddy. And I was like, yeah, hang on. I'm just waiting for a few more people to catch up. Because some people do have day jobs. You know, some of the YouTube lawyers have day jobs. So I was waiting for all of them to have a chance to do a reaction. But oh my God, Emily, like I would like to have watched her do it live because her reaction was freaking hilarious. It would have been even funnier if it had just been that spontaneous first reaction. But anyway, let's get this Turtle Boy article up because I didn't know this was out when I called out to you earlier. Present. Not slides. What the hell is going on?
Putting hand cream on.
Oh, I get it. I had a screen already shared. Right, that one's unshared. Let's get this one shared. Sorry, I haven't used StreamYard for so long, but I thought I'll give it a shot because there was a few things you were asking me about last stream that I didn't have in the other Restream IO. So I thought I will give it a shot this time. All right. So Turtle Boy did post on X that he had spoken with this juror. And I was waiting for actually a recorded interview of some sort, but this is what we got.
It's going to be a written interview, isn't it?
Yes. Excuse me. So this morning he conducted a 1-hour interview with a juror in the Karen Reid case. This juror was one of the 3 who changed his vote to guilty on manslaughter, then went back to not guilty. I'm interested to know how many of them that was. This juror is an EMT. Oh. And was more than willing to speak with me about topics that no juror has thus far discussed. For the first time, we now have insight into the deliberations. I will be paraphrasing some of the questions I asked the juror along with their answers. He comes up with some good questions. Who was the most convincing witness for the defense? The most convincing witnesses were the ARCA guys. Huh, there you go. We thought so too, because they were strong in their delivery and presentation. But the ARCA guys were unequivocal that John's inquiries didn't come from. Oh, sorry, I think that meant to be injuries. I'm doing a terrible job. John's
I
injuries
can't
didn't.
see the writing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, for me, it's really small. But that's because I've got the chat on the side as well. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Whoa. Hang on. It's a little bit too big. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
The ARCA guys were unequivocal that John's injuries didn't come from a motor vehicle collision. Clearly, those who voted guilty did not find them convincing what went wrong. The group in general felt that defense was trying to derail us with them. Oh, what? See, and this is it. For me personally, Karen,
Sorry, the group in general felt that the defense was trying to derail us with. Really?
Yep. And this is something that I think Bev got wrong. She said if we tell the jurors that these are FBI and about the FBI investigation, that would be oh shit. The word just jumped out of my head. What's the word I'm looking for? Prejudicial.
Yeah.
That would be too prejudicial. But by not telling them who the
Oh, yes, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
it ends up being more prejudicial, don't you think?
Well, I think because when the Commonwealth presents a case, right? When the state presents a case, it's a case that everything, all the evidence is favored to them. So,
Right. The judge has got to make decisions in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth.
Yes. So that is the problem. And I think, from what I heard, they thought, could it have been the insurance company? Yeah. Whether it was the insurance company. He says that next, doesn't he? And that's a logical inference that they took, isn't it? Because they said, didn't the defense say, oh, we didn't hire you. We didn't pay for you, did we?
That's
And
right.
they kept making that point. And maybe they didn't foresee, oh gosh, are they going to take that to mean the insurance company did?
And then when we read further down, this particular jury is saying also that the majority of them actually did think it was an insurance company.
Yeah. He says whether it was an insurance
Or,
company.
or
Yeah.
Turtle Boy, or no offense, yourself.
Wow.
Did you know who I was? We did know because there was someone in the jury who knew about you, and we talked about it a little bit. There was information being told to us by family members. Why were family members talking to the jury
That's weird.
about what was going on with the media, for lack of better terms? Someone on the jury was telling us that you were in the courtroom and there were people who were talking about different angles. Holy shit. There was way heaps going on here that
If
shouldn't be
that
going
was,
on.
yeah, if that was before jury deliberations, that would be juror misconduct, you would think.
I don't know. Like, whose family members are they saying? Is it their own family members? Or are they talking about the family members in the courtroom? So,
There
wow,
was information
scary.
being us by the family members about. Yeah, that sounds like juror misconduct, doesn't it? If they're talking to anybody outside the jury, outside their, that doesn't sound right, does it? Oh, I can't hear you.
Who dropped out, me or you? One of us
Oh,
did.
I don't know.
I think it was me. I dropped out. Sorry, guys. Dropouts are going to happen. We're still satellite chasing over here. The jury guessed that possibly Turtle Boy paid for the ARCA experts, but no one suggested the feds.
Wow.
Turtle Boy paid for them? What? Based on our charge, which was to follow the evidence, so we left it alone.
Sheesh.
So because of that factor, that we didn't know who sponsored them because the defense utilized them, but the prosecution did not. Surprise, surprise. So it was confusing on whether or not they were there to derail us. And some of the jurors felt strongly about that. I felt that there must be some truth in why they're trying to present this information and why the judge would even allow them to testify if they weren't credible. Like, oh, come on, people, were you not using your brains? They were a heck of a lot more credible, no matter who hired them, than Trooper Dunning-Kruger. Have I dropped out again? No,
Nope,
I'm here.
I can still hear you.
Cool, just checking. Was there a pressure to reach a verdict? There was a lot of pressure to come to a consensus. Well, of course there is. That's what they're there for. Why did you ultimately vote not guilty? Maybe we were willing to accept a lesser charge, but in the end, I switched back and thought about it and said not guilty because the individual who asked how to get to 34 Fairview was John O'Keefe. He was the one who called and texted Jen McCabe. He was the one who programmed it into his ways. He was the one who wanted to go out drinking. There is evidence that there was scratches on his arm, but the clear-cut delineation of what killed John was a blow to the back of the head and hypothermia. And because of those two things, it was not her. Well, that's a roundabout way of getting to it, but I guess they got to it, eh?
Yeah, they do.
I kind of follow where they're going with that, but yeah, it didn't sit that way in my head though. But yeah, what's the chat saying about that one? Any
Yeah,
comments?
just trying to read
TBS
this.
has been
Turtle
accused.
It's
He's been accused. That's right, Kirks. He has not been convicted. Sorry, Karen.
No, that's right. He hasn't been convicted. So
All right. So I just want to know who was telling them about TB and what they think TB had to do with it. I mean, here's the thing. All right. If they heard about TB, then they know that he's on Karen Reed's side, that he thinks she's not guilty. So who's telling them that shit?
But that
I don't
wasn't
think-
even in the trial. So why are they talking about things that weren't presented in the trial?
Exactly. They said
That's a bit worrying.
they said family members were telling them. I don't know which family members, so that's really weird to me. All right. How did the vote move on deliberations? The vote was 6-6 to 8-4 to 9-3, and then back to 8-4. What? Wait a minute. There's three counts. So it was 6-6 on the first count, 8-4 on the second count.
On the first vote, yeah. And then they changed it. Yeah.
Hang on. Votes or counts? I'm
It says
confused.
the vote, when they first voted.
Was 6-6, but on which count? There was 3 counts. So they must be talking about the second count, the one they weren't decided on.
The one that with all the sub questions, the lesser included, right?
So wait, if they got to 6-6,
Either way, they were hung. Either way, if it's not unanimous, they were hung, weren't they?
Oh, that's right. It's got to be unanimous. Absolutely. Yep. I'm following. So it was the second count. They were 6-6. Then they moved to 8-4, and then to 9-3, and then back to 8-4.
Yeah.
8 for guilty and 4 not. Is that what they're saying there?
That's what it sounded like, but they didn't end up submitting it, right?
Right.
So
How were they initially able to persuade you to guilty? There was an engineer in the group. Oh, yay. And the engineer and the foreman, also a medical person, both were. And they said, let's look solely at the evidence and also look at the idea that perhaps it could have been. And this is conjecture. So that's why I went back and I changed quickly on the second day of deliberations. The question was, did it seem like the car backing up caused enough that John, enough injury, I guess, that John was perceived that he fell backwards? The question
there was
was,
an engineer in the group. There was an engineer in the group, okay. So in the one of the jurors was an engineer.
and the foreman was a medical person. And they said, look solely at the evidence and also look at the idea that perhaps it could have been. And this is conjecture. So that's why I went back when I changed quickly on the second day of deliberations. The question was, did it seem like the car backing up caused enough idea that John was perceived that he fell backwards? And he fell backwards because he perceived a threat. I get what they're saying, that, yeah. And engineering wise, that kind of made sense why there was no impact, that John did the tripping over himself because he thought he was going to get run over, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I don't know how they got to that.
I don't know how they got to that. And an engineer, for fuck's sake. Oh, and an engineer of all people. Like, really? So that means they rejected Trooper Paul's theory. Speaking of Trooper Paul, who did you think were the least credible witnesses? Trooper Paul and Lucky. Are you serious? Lucky Loughran was the least credible? Yeah. Turtle Boy's reaction same as mine. Wait, what? Lucky? What? What?
I think what they could infer from Lucky's, because I thought Lucky was like gave good testimony, but I think what the prosecutor was able to establish is that he wasn't sure of the time. I think that's the only thing that I could have been confused on Lucky's testimony, because he said when he first went by,
Well, I read
he
his,
saw a car, right?
I
But
read-
then they tried to mess him up with the time, and
They did
So-
try to mess him up, but the thing is, I read his police statement. What he said in court matched his police statement, so he didn't change the times. They just tried to change them on him.
They made it so confusing,
Yeah,
and why didn't he call it in if that's what he's supposed to do? So
he
I can
didn't.
see where they
report-
could get an inference of not knowing what to think of his because didn't they say that there was
Well,
a basketball
we're about
hoop
to
hit
read-
or something?
We're about to read how they got to that inference. He didn't report that other piece of accident that occurred, but he remembered all the other details. What other piece of accident?
I
Why
think that
would-
was the hoop, wasn't it?
Oh, the hoop. Yeah, I gotcha. Why would he not report that he got into an incident with the hoop, but he did report everything else? During the testimony, when he was presenting it to the jury, he did not give us the information. Well, I'm going to beg to differ. He didn't report either. He said he even gave the Alberts, he cut them some slack, didn't report them as well.
Yeah.
He forgot that whole piece of information, which I think would have been important. Yeah,
Yeah.
not really following that, but that's what the juror said. Did you think it was odd that state police never attempted to speak with Lucky Loughran? We found it odd. The whole thing was odd. It was 6-6 because it seemed like there was so much information that was lost that could have been gleaned in the first few days of the case. Yay, we can agree on something there. And at the time, half of the group thought it was clear that there was a little bit of bias and it was not clear what was going on. Just a little bit of bias. A wee bit of bias.
What about
What
Chloe?
What about Chloe? The jury did not know, and we were all told that Chloe was rehomed. So we thought that as the jury, and wondered why didn't they present anything about Chloe. After the trial, I realised that rehomed was another word for euthanized. My understanding is that Chloe is no longer.
Yeah, but what does she say here? We thought that as a juror and wondered why didn't they present anything about Chloe after the trial. So who did they expect to present about Chloe?
Obviously the prosecution, because they're the ones who brought it out.
And all they said was that it was rehomed.
Yeah. And it's not until after the trial that they realised that rehomed meant euthanized. Just like rehoming their phones meant destroying them.
Wow.
Did the jury believe that John was bit by a dog? Because there was 2 doctors who said John was bitten by a dog. The jury believed there was reasonable doubt. That's why there were 6 people who had reasonable doubt. It was very clear on charge 1 and 3. Murder was decided on day 1. She did not have an intent to murder. Interesting.
Yeah.
How could they believe that if she went 24 miles per hour in reverse? Nobody can believe it. We believe that he wasn't hit.
What?
So they believe she reversed and scared him and he tripped over and fell backwards. We believe he wasn't hit.
I didn't get that. Because why did Jen keep butt dialing him? If he was out there, right, the whole time and Jen's looking out, none of it makes sense that he was out there from Ben.
Yeah, this is weird. This is not what I was expecting. And that's good because, like, you often are surprised by the way, because they're sitting in a different position to us.
And the way they think is really valuable information for
And how much of the way,
lawyers,
how much of the way that they're computing it is impacted by having to sit there and listen to Lally drone on for 8 freaking weeks. Like that would have done my brain in. I don't know how I would have handled it. I would have been taking Valium, I reckon. So you believed he wasn't struck by a car and that he jumped out of the way and fell. The jury believed it wasn't intentional. Huh. They wanted to convict her on the second charge, but that it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is where, the defense brought out that the keystrokes or the key impressions or whatever were all, the timing was all wrong on them. So it couldn't
Yes.
have meant that she had reversed at that particular spot. Or so where did that, yeah.
Well, bear in mind, we had time to think about that. Like when it was first said in court, I was struggling to keep up with it because Alan's like he's firing
Oh,
on all
yeah,
cylinders. Bam, bam,
so
bam.
maybe I think that because the prosecutor droned on and on, right? And when the
Right.
defense got up, their case was so short. I thought they could have, what I would have done, and I don't want to compare myself to this brilliant California lawyer, AJ, but I always go over what the prosecution says, right? So when I used to take cases to court for the county solicitor, I would
Yeah.
expect that the other side, so the defense lawyer, he's going to repeat everything I say and give his version, right? Or he's going to try to get that in somehow. And I
Yeah.
think that could have been a little more. They could have, because if the Commonwealth took, what did they take? 30 days? What did they take? So what did the defense take? Only a few days? Can't remember.
I can't remember either.
It didn't take very long, but I think they could have taken a little bit more time and really stretched it out as much as the Commonwealth did.
Yeah, but I think that was kind of, well, this is a two-edged sword, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
If they stretched it out the way the Commonwealth did, then they would have been there for another 4 weeks, and that would
Yeah,
have been.
but you never know, because they were willing to be there for the week to deliberate, right? And if you can cut the deliberation time down by ensuring that in the trial all their answers get
And
resolved.
that's it. That's it. It really is a two-edged sword, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so Turtle Boy asks, how could it not be intentional going that fast? The six believe it was an accidental hit. Believed he was struck at 24 miles per hour. Wow. Accidental at 24 miles per hour. How could you believe it wasn't intentional going that fast? I don't know what the other jurors were thinking.
Do you know
But-
what? I'll just stop you there for a second. I used to go around to schools and speak to the children about vehicle accidents, and representing the youth offending service with the police. And I did a little study for each, like a little presentation for each of the children, like class. And they were, I think, between 14 and 16 years old. Okay. So they weren't young, but
they'll get driving
they
years.
were getting, yeah. I mean, at one point we had, I think, 5 young people die in car accidents that year on a particular highway. So it was really something I wanted to promote. But anyway, I would go up with car accidents and said to them, how many, I had 12 car accidents and visuals. And I said to the kids, come and put where you think the accidents happened. Do you think the person walked away? Do you think they went to hospital, or do you think they died? Right. And so they each got a vote, and they got to put it in the 3 boxes, and they were evenly spread, right? Like some thought that they walked away, some thought that they went to hospital, and some thought that the person died. And at the end, I said, every single one of these accidents, the person died, and they weren't going more than 25 to 35 miles an hour in the car accidents, and they died in the car from the car accident. So by a
their
car.
responses varied equally, is what you're saying. None of them really thought.
None
that
of them.
that is-
So even though it's not likely a person would be struck, but if you think about it, we had a person die the other day in town where they came walking. You know, when you walk between two cars, parked cars, and they came walking out, and the person was going 25 miles an hour,
Yeah.
and just the way they were hit, they died. And they were older and stuff, but still, I think it just depends on where you're hit, because the medical examiner, she couldn't say whether it was the cause or not, right? That it was uncertain.
The only thing she could say was the cause was a blunt force trauma to the head
Yeah.
and
So,
hypothermia.
but it's quite shocking, you know. I mean, it depends, doesn't
It
it?
is.
So, where you
So-
get hit, like, because in Trooper Proctor Paul, no, I've got
Super
that wrong.
Paul.
Trooper Paul, he's not a proctor. He was saying
Trooper
that.
Paul got proctored.
Yeah, I'm mixing the two. So, Trooper Paul, he thought that he hit his head on the curb, I think, and then flew into the air somehow, doing a pirouette and everything. And then he kind of changed that when, you know, because what did he do? Hit the back of his head, and then that didn't make sense either. The physics didn't make sense, did it?
No. So Total Boy goes on. How could you believe it wasn't intentional going past? I don't know what the other jurors were thinking, but you believe he wasn't hit. Correct. It was inconsistent too, because we thought that there should have been more damage to the car. Well, that's smart. So you were persuaded because someone on the jury was an engineer and they had a convincing argument, and then you went back to not guilty because you changed your mind? I went home and thought about it, and I thought about, based on the evidence, what ultimately killed him, and that was a blow to the back of the head and hypothermia. You one of the jurors who reached out to the defense? I am not. I was thinking about reaching out to the group and saying we reach out to the judge as a group, not as individuals. So that's the first and third count, so that the first and third count can be resolved, because we did want to sign that. The reason it ended up that way, the way we did it, is because there was two of us in the group who wanted to reach out to the judge and tell her that we were unanimous on counts 1 and 3. The foreman said, no, that's not our charge. We have to be unanimous on all 3. What?
Wow.
The foreman was the one
Yeah,
that
someone in my chat said something about this, and I said, if I spent that much time on a jury, I would want to sue the foreman, because the court picked out the foreman, right? The judge,
Yeah.
and he didn't do his job. So I wasted all my time there. I just can't believe it. That's what my video said too, is that I think where they got confused is because the judge said, you know, you've got to be unanimous on all counts, right? You got to have a consensus. It was confusing. But there's a double-edged sword to that too, because people should know that each charge is an individual. That's why you get the sheets, right? The verdict slips should be individual sheets. And that's a hint to know that they're counted that way. So we don't necessarily always tell the jury that because we don't want to just say, oh, well, if you can't figure everything out, then just come back with what you can. But I think it should have been asked before she dismissed, the case, before she
should have
called it
polled
mistrial.
It was her job to poll the jury. The defense can't
Got a
poll the
super
jury.
sticker.
Prosecution can't poll the jury. Thank you so much. I can't remember for the sticker.
Great name.
I often can't remember myself. So, yeah, interesting, right? There were reports of bullying in the deliberation room. Do you feel the foreman was bullying? He was given the charge as being the foreman, and therefore we believed that he was the leader and knew what he was talking about. The letter to the judge regarding how we were going back were well written. I don't know if it would have changed things if we'd asked that question about consensus on 2 of the accounts. Yes, it would have changed everything.
See, because they didn't realize that each charge is an individual verdict slip.
Like I'm starting to lean towards, people said to me when they rolled the numbers in the little thing and pulled out the foreman, that they're the number of balls in the little duva, I don't know if it was balls, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That there wasn't, the sound wasn't enough. It sounded like there was only 1 or 2 in there, is what people were saying. And I
Oh.
listened to it heaps and I was like, I can't tell, it doesn't sound like, I can't remember how many was meant to be in there. 6, I think, was supposed to be in there. But it didn't sound like that to me. So, or 5 maybe, I can't remember because someone got chucked off. Nonetheless, it's starting to sound like the foreman absolutely was deliberately picked by Judge Bev. I mean, I don't like to say that about judges, but this particular judge has been so painful all the way through. There's so many things that she
We
has
saw
taught.
that in the Murdoch case as well. The judge picked the foreman, so
Right.
it is something that they can do.
I didn't feel that it was suspicious when Judge Newman did it. I felt like Judge Newman was being fair all the way through. He was, there was things he was granting the prosecution and things he was granting the defense, things he was rejecting with the prosecution, things he was rejecting with the defense. I felt Judge Newman had a very balanced court approach to everything. And I like,
think, sorry, if you're because we've got to remember, we've seen everything outside of, like, we saw everything, we saw when they had chats outside the jury.
right.
So I think, I didn't think that, and to me, because I kind of know when the judge should be, allowing objections, or what I thought was the problem was when she would say, go ahead. Like, she didn't say sustained or overruled. I think that's where some of the problems I had was. I thought that was a bit biased, the way she'd say, yeah, go on. Or, the way
we'll
she
let you have that. We'll let them have that.
Yeah, that's what she said. We'll give you that one. To me, that's where
That
I
was
thought
where
the
the
problem
bias
was,
came out.
right? Yeah.
Right. There was a lot of pre-trial stuff where I was just getting worried. I was like, wow, she's a really strict judge. And then it was like, yeah, nah, she's an a-hole. And then when we got to that point where she said no one can object aloud, they can object, but they can't object on the grounds. That was when I went, yeah, wait a minute. And then Andrea Burkhart, just as that came out, Andrea Burkhart did a stream explaining, I think she was over on Alita's channel over on Legal Bites explaining it.
Yeah.
But she basically said that by Judge Canoni ruling out the ability to verbalize the objection, the type of objection,
Reason, yeah.
that
The
she
grounds, on the grounds, you object on
Right.
the grounds of whatever.
They weren't allowed to verbalize the grounds. They're allowed to verbalize the objection, just not the grounds. And Andrea said that that's the judge covering the Commonwealth's ass, so that when it goes to appeal, none of those objections can be errors, basically. And her own ass, I guess, covering her ass and the Commonwealth's ass, so that
Well,
it could.
it's subjective then, isn't it? Because she's saying, well, she can then say, well, I allowed it in because of this, right? Instead of, she can make it up as she goes.
She can make up excuses, exactly. So
Yeah.
that was the point. That, and as you pointed out, the fact that she couldn't just go sustained or whatever, that, and she had to use her bias. I will let them have that one.
Linda Mitchell has a good comment. Yes. She said to Lally, do you want to object, Mr. Alali? Mr. Lally.
Oh my God, that made me so sick. And yeah, exactly. And then she I can't just keep going on about Bev. Let's keep moving. Keep moving here. She makes me so frustrated, that judge. So 2 of the jurors wanted to reach out to Judge Canoni and ask her if you could acquit on 2 charges and hang on a third, and the foreman said no. Yes, he said it needs to be 100% of the charges with a unanimous verdict. Well, he was wrong. So why didn't you reach out to the judge? Because only the foreman is allowed to reach out to the judge. The foreman is the only one who can write the notes. And it was only 2 of us who wanted to reach out. But since the foreman didn't, it was 10-2, and they agreed that we had to be unanimous, and no vote was passed to the judge. The fact that the judge has confused the entire freaking jury is testimony to her own impact on this. Do you not agree? She
Yeah, I
confused
mean, there was some, you know, issues with, I guess, the defense. You know, they did really try to clean up the verdict slips, right? And I think the judge she confused the jury with her jury instructions, because we didn't get to see what the written jury instructions were. So it was hard for me to compare what she said. But then she said, if what I say is not written on the instructions, go with what I say, right? So we knew that it didn't matter what it said on the written instructions, right?
Yeah,
Because that's what she said. She said, if it's different on the written instructions, go with what I say. So then I thought, okay, well, I don't really need to see the jury instructions, the written ones, because she had said that. And she did say, don't come to me until you've got a verdict, till you're unanimous on everything, right? That's what she said.
It's bullshit. Crazy woman. It just feels to me like she had the entire jury. Like, we know now that isn't the case, that they could have come back to her and said, we're good with 1 and 3. We found a verdict on those 2.
Yeah.
But we're not good with the second one. We know that now, but nobody knew that then. And I'm surprised.
Oh, it makes me sick every time I think about it.
No, I'm surprised that she didn't poll them. Like, I feel like it's her responsibility. I don't feel like
you can't poll a jury if there's no verdict. You can't poll them. That's in the rules. But the judge always has
the power of discretion.
Yeah, she can but that's not normally the way it's done. But what she should have just asked them a simple question, and it was in their rules. Is there any other charges you do agree on before you say a mistrial? And she just didn't do that.
Bloody questions.
And in America, if you don't object to something the judge does, right, or the other side does, then it's like you're saying, well, I agree, right? So because she didn't do something, even if you don't, does that make sense to everybody? So if you don't object, that means you're agreeing. So it's like,
Right, but that's afterwards. It was her job to poll them. It wasn't their job to object because she didn't poll them.
No, the defense.
Her job is to poll the jury. Defense can't poll the jury.
But all the time
can't poll the jury. She has to poll the jury.
You can ask the judge. Defense
the horse
and
already bolted by the time she's going, oh, well, you didn't object. It's already over by then.
in a few minutes. But yeah, so sometimes judges don't make the right decisions, right? You have to explain to them, oh, I don't think you can make that decision. So, we don't say objection in England. We say, excuse me, Your Honor, I think you've got to be aware of this. So we say it a little bit differently. I've had a few judges that have tried to make decisions and legally they can't do it, right? So you do have to say something to the court, because if you don't say it at the time, then it's like you're accepting it, right?
Yeah, but I still feel like she misled the jury. I mean, they're telling us that they were misled from the beginning. She misled the jury. And Alan Jackson did jump up and down about the way she was presenting those forms to the jury. He did
Yeah.
have a big say about that.
He did.
But she ignored him, and her compromise was, well, we'll just stick an extra box on there. That was her compromise. That wasn't he suggested it and then agreed to it. It was she said, I don't agree with you, but to shut you up, I'm going to put a box on there. That was
Yeah, exactly.
how that ended. And then straight after all of that, when the judge gets the jury note, she needs to say, are you hung on one or all? That's her job. That is not
Well,
an
yeah. She usually
object-
says, "Is there any charges you can agree on?" That's normally
Right.
what they
So
say.
that's all prior to where she's flipping it back on them saying, well, you didn't object. I get the you didn't object part, and I wish they had of, and I understand that. But the stuff
But you
that
know
went
what's funny?
yeah,
If they would have left it the way the judge originally had it, and because there was nothing to fill in if she was guilty, right? No, the way it was originally, there was not a box to say not guilty, right? So let's say it would have left it like that and they didn't fill it in. So does that mean she would have been not guilty? Like, that's bizarre.
right.
Are you following me?
God.
Nikki?
Yeah, that just twigged. Oh my God. You're right. If that wasn't there, then
Originally, that's my understanding, wasn't it? That the not guilty
yeah,
wasn't there. So if it would have stayed like that and the jury did nothing, and they would have just said, well, you've got to hand back your jury slips, and because they didn't fill in anything, right?
mhm,
Would
yeah.
But why didn't they hand the jury slips back? Could she have said, can you hand the slips back? Like, it's bizarre.
Well, the foreman not filling out the ones that they agreed on, like we all agreed that one, so it should have been ticked, and then that last one, yet we all agreed on that one, that should have been ticked, and then they would have handed those in, showing that the middle charge was not agreed on. So
Yeah.
I feel like the foreman was led up the garden path about what had to be done, and then everyone just went with him, and Bev was the one that screwed all that up to start with. So anyway,
Yeah.
let's go on. We'll be here for freaking years. I don't know how long this is. He usually sticks with 20 questions. So, do you feel like the guilty voters were more persuasive? Once deliberations began, there were jurors who didn't want to deliberate because they had made the decision already for guilty. Wow. How did you feel about Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Jen McCabe coming in on the last day of court? It was intimidating. Yeah, the other jurors have said that as well. Why are they there for? Why are they here? I get that they have a vested interest in it, but it was not a comfortable feeling. The majority of us were not comfortable seeing them there. So, was there more than one of you that was intimidated by them? I know for a fact that there was another juror who felt intimidated. We brought it up as a group as we were deliberating. A couple of people didn't notice them, but people who did notice said it was uncomfortable. Did you find Jennifer McCabe believable? It seemed to me it was rehearsed. I get it. You have to review your material before, but it seemed like they were all rehearsed or coached. I agree with that. Do you believe John went inside the house based on the testimony you heard? I'm not sure. I think he might have made it in the house, but what happened after that, I don't know. There was some of us in the room that believed there was doubt about whether or not he made it in the house and whether or not there were interactions in the house. Damn it, the doubt was supposed to be about whether Karen killed him. Oh my gosh.
I think that's another thing the defense can do better next time.
Yeah.
Is to
Make it
explain
more
to
clear
the
what
jury,
they're deliberating on.
yeah, what a reasonable doubt means, right? You know, but I think the judge gave those instructions on reasonable doubt really well. So I think and plus they only had an hour in closing. I mean, that's terrible. Oh my God.
The only thing that she read verbatim from the
Yeah.
Massachusetts recommended reading.
Yeah,
That's
and
all she read verbatim was
and
that bit.
Yeah, and it was very clear. If you're in doubt, the doubt goes to the defense, right? So that was very clear. But the defense only had an hour in closing, so I thought their closing was brilliant, but it's not evidence, is it? It's
Right. It's just
argument.
argument.
Yeah.
That means that the people who voted guilty on manslaughter believe beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not go inside the house, which means they believe the McAlberts. Okay, I don't know if he's actually saying McAlberts to them. Correct. They believe the McAlberts. No way. Have you read about the case afterwards? Afterwards, I have done a little bit of research, but not as much as people are thinking.
And this is why it's probably something the judge didn't want to do. Like, I know I'm giving both sides of the argument just so that people can.
That's okay. You can give both sides.
But be sure, I didn't think Karen. I don't
we're
think
still
there's
gonna be
the evidence is there
with
that
her.
Karen can get him. Yeah. So by the once everybody's left and does research, they could have different opinions, right? And that could influence how they're speaking now, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. I just found the little start tab in StreamYard. I like that. I didn't get one of those.
Yeah, and now if you go to in your chat on your YouTube studio, yeah,
in chat on YouTube Studio, yeah,
click the $sign,
yeah,
go down to gifting,
gifting,
and click on that. And does it say?
I haven't got gifting. Hang on a second. Let me just find it. I'm not on a device, so it's laid out differently on the laptop. Give me a second.
No, it should be on your laptop because that's the only way you can do it. But it has to be in YouTube Studio.
I'm in YouTube Studio. I'm under the $sign tab. Earn
in the chat, like the one that you see in the chat. Underneath the chat, there should be
in the live stream itself. You're talking about,
yeah, underneath. You know where you make a poll.
Let me just explain to the audience why we're doing this. I can give away some memberships apparently, so hang in there for a second while Carol helps me find it.
Karen. No, I should change my name because I think Karen has a bad rep.
No. Okay, give me 1 second. I need to mute so I don't like.
Karen Reed made all Karen's, better again. So, okay. So so on your YouTube studio, yeah, you will see the plus sign. Yeah. If you click the little $sign, see if it comes up there first. Karen, thank you, Tommy. Karen is a great name.
All right, I had to mute so that I wasn't going to repeat everything okay, so I can see the plus sign. I got start a Q&A, start a poll.
Yeah, but in your chat, you'll see the $sign.
Yep.
Yeah, click the $sign.
Membership gifting.
Yeah, so click that.
You have 10 memberships to gift.
Yeah, so this month you'll be able to give 10 away. So it gives you the option to give 5 away right now, and you can give another 5 if you want. But you might save it for your next live, right? Because it's what's the date? 9th or 8th? 9th.
There you go.
There you go. She's gifted them already. And then you can save the next 5 till the next live. So it kind of.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much.
Everybody for it. You didn't build the excitement. Put a 1 in the chat if you want a free membership.
Sorry. I'll do that next time. But I did tell them what I was looking for and why you were instructing me in the back end of things. So
yeah.
Okay, so
I seem to just jump right into things. Sorry, I figure everybody's already in my mind, right? I'm one of those people that, yeah. So excellent. So who all won? Let's see.
I don't get in this chat, in StreamYard chat, who won, but
Okay,
I get Lornad Amber, Aqua E, Jedi Jess, William Papour, and Mrs. Upper Thigh.
Whoa. Congratulations to all the winners. And yeah, so YouTube will pick them out randomly. And it is based on you've got to be subscribed, you've got to allow gifting. And
Right.
so if people,
So-
even on your replay views, if they make comments and they're regulars, then that gives them more chance. And if they're on the lives, that gives them more chance. But
Okay.
yeah,
So everybody, if you haven't enabled gifting on your side, you need to do that. So
Yeah.
do it before my next live stream, because
and
I'm
I've got a
giving-
video out on that if you want. I can put it in the chat. I'll put the video on how to allow gifting in the chat.
That's beautiful. Beautiful.
And,
Thank you so much for learning me that. And you know what? It's because I've been so annoyed with StreamYard in the past that I had it come over here and realized that there's all this extra stuff. Like, I know that part wasn't part of it, but like just seeing the starred stuff, that's bloody awesome. Like, I don't have to
Oh, I
catch
don't know how to use
as
that
it's
one.
going by. That's awesome.
Yeah.
There's a lot of features that I don't know that they've added them since I last used them, or just that I didn't use it enough. I had a lot of audio issues in the early days trying to use StreamYard, which is why I switched. So
Yeah, I just never go live unless I'm with somebody because I'm too nervous.
oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit over sitting there on my own on the live stream.
Yeah, I need to get better at that. Just a second. Sorry,
Going
guys.
with this.
I'm going to put the link so that you know how to enable your gifting.
Yep, thank you. I'll read while you're doing that.
There you go. Yeah.
If you had known about the federal investigation, would that change your opinion? Knowing the ARCA guys were hired by the FBI, that would have changed a lot. It's exactly what I said. If it was told to us that they were part of a separate investigation, that's all they needed to say without tainting any information. But I think even the jurors would have looked at that differently. One of the major pivotal points was the engineer in the group said the ARCA guys did not give us any of their data. They presented the information but didn't give us any of the parameters that they set up as far as engineering controls and any kind of specific data. The engineer, based on his experiences to us, said that these were not credible witnesses. Wow.
Wow,
The
that's
majority
amazing.
of-
So we've got the chat complaining that we're not answering their questions.
Oh, sorry, because we're going through.
Chat, we're just trying to get through this other part. But
Yeah.
I think the best thing, if you have a question, is to
Yeah,
put
can you ask it again when I'm done reading?
or put a couple of big question marks at the end, or 3 Qs at the beginning, so that they're recognizable.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you have asked a question with a super chat, I'm only seeing stickers. I'm not actually seeing the questions.
No, I didn't see questions in the super chat. I just
No.
saw it said,
So then, as soon as we're done here, I'll ask for all your questions and we'll try to answer them for you. How's that?
yeah,
Not that I think I can, but we'll see.
it's anti-Bev's fait accompli.
All right. So the majority of us probably would have changed our vote if we knew that information. And I agree. They made it more prejudicial doing it the way that Bev decided to do it. Have you ever interacted with John Fanning? No. The state police would be there in the parking lot when we finished, but we didn't speak to any of them. Well, that's a relief. Was
I
there
wonder
ever
if what's happening in the Sandra Birchmore case, if they're now going to be more, concerned with the testimony from the state troopers.
I wonder if he asked that question. Was there ever any contention based on differences in notes? The group wanted to look at the cert notes. The cert didn't have any notes. Why did you ask for the cert team report? There was this fear that some of the pieces of the red tail light were planted. The point of our contention was to see what time the first cert team individuals were arriving, and if there was time to take pieces of tail light and put it on the grass prior to the state police coming in. Yes, good to see they were thinking. But
Prince
then
Lover has a comment that's he's asking if anybody's seen heard the hot mic of the judge said we never changed the forms. I didn't hear that, but I didn't hear it, but I heard someone say it.
Yeah, I actually caught the hot mic of Bev saying it, but I didn't know what she was referring to. So yeah, I don't know
Didn't
what that was about,
I don't know.
but I don't know if anything came of it.
Yeah. I'd like to know when she said it. What hearing was it at?
Was the jury aware that at 7 a.m. the Canton police didn't find any pieces of tail light or a shoe? How did jurors think that tail light got there when the state police searched 12 hours later? Good question, Turtle Boy. Some people were looking at it and saying, we're going to ignore those pieces of information. What?
What?
Because it seems like it's very convincing the other data they had. Oh my God.
But
What?
didn't they ask for that? They asked for that report, which there wasn't a report. But didn't they ask? That was one of their first questions. Can we see the report of the investigators on the property looking for pieces? Isn't that what they wanted?
Some people were saying it had to be there, but Canton police missed it. They believed it was more likely than not that it had to be there because she was guilty.
Wow. It's
So-
like I'm in a different zone when I hear this. I think, wow, are we watching the same?
So they believe she was guilty and worked backwards from there and said Canton police must have missed it. That's my disbelief. I don't know that Turtle Boy asked it that way, but that's the way I'm asking it. Or they must not have paid. I think looking back at it, the defense should point out.
Yeah. Oh, here's a sound. Sound is gone.
You're going to blow things everywhere. So you could maybe argue that some of the small shards of plastic would have been blown around to other spots on the lawn.
So Danny says, question, was there a report by Lollipop intentionally kept out of the evidence so that it would be, yeah, there you go, given to the jurors? I thought there wasn't a report. That was the problem, that it was testimony and there wasn't a report submitted. That's what I thought the judge had said. So she just said, you've got everything. You've got everything you're going to get. That was her answer back, wasn't it? You've got everything you're going to get, which to me was, again, misleading, because that's almost like sounded like, yeah, we could give it to you, but we're not.
And the fact, judge was taking the position, I'm not going to make them.
Yeah, but the fact was, instead of saying there was no report, you've got to go on the testimony. She said, you've been given all the evidence. So I thought that was a bit misleading by the judge as well.
Yeah. There was a lot of misleading things, but I mean, even the fact that, you know, Judge Bev had said, well, you've got everything you're going to get. We're moving forward. Yeah. And then a week into trial, Lally turns up with a new piece of freaking evidence. Like, hello.
Yeah.
Anyway. So the jurors,
Western Mass agrees. Thank you.
Are completely incompetent, but the state police are very good and found 45 pieces of taillight under a foot of snow that CPD missed. Correct.
And one was as big as a salad plate, remember? I was like, wow.
That wasn't even part of a taillight. I don't even know what the hell that was. It wasn't part of a taillight. did Karen Reid's demeanor turn jurors off? I think it was her demeanor and facial expressions at certain point during the trial. She made certain facial expressions during certain witness testimony. Some of the jurors looked at that in a particular way. How the hell do you want her face to look when people are sitting there blatantly lying on the stand about her? Like, what's your face meant to be? I know what mine's going to be. Mine's going to be like, I'm going to be snarly like she was. That's me, of course. I don't know. How would you be, Carol? I would be
Karen.
so pissed.
Yeah. I think Danny has the right answer here. We need to watch the cert testimony again to see if he speaks from a report, because my understanding was that there was no report, because they didn't remember they had called. I think this is the testimony. Remember, they had said something about, when did you call the CERT team? You could have called them at 2:30, but you called them later, if I'm remembering this right. Help me, chat.
I'm not remembering specifically.
Yeah,
What I
remember they said
our trial was every time the defense asked, where's your report? They didn't have one. Where's the chain of custody? Didn't have one. Every time this came up with every single witness, didn't have one, except for the girls in the science lab who were putting the taillight pieces together. They had a chain of evidence from the point that they got it. But that's it. That was the only time we saw that there was any chain of evidence or any reports or anything to back up anyone was saying.
So Sarah O plus F is saying there was a report, but the police reports, there it is, can't be submitted into evidence, so the jury couldn't view it.
I don't know if that's true. The police reports were submitted.
Police reports all the time, but you're talking about we can even ask for their investigations and all the paperwork, and the defense did have that, because remember they had a little sticky tape, a little post-it note that one of the other officers had seen the video cam from Officer John O'Keefe's property. So we can ask for that information. And I thought they did have it, but it wasn't submitted as evidence, right?
Yeah.
So not everything is. So when we do investigations or discovery, not everything we get is presented to the jury. The judge has to allow that, right?
There was a lot of testimony where things that they said to the police in the police reports, they weren't testifying to, or they'd changed on the stand. And so I felt that those police reports absolutely should have come in, because they were evidence that these people are changing their testimony on the stand. I don't know.
I think some of the written reports, but I thought the one we're talking about with the CERT team is that they were a crew, you could say, called in to do search.
They're search and rescue. They're not police.
Right. So I think that was something that they didn't report on it. That's my understanding, right? It was the police that there was no report. Yeah, that would be a good testimony to go over.
I think that's the case too. I think I heard the same thing, Auntie Beb's fait accompli. I love that nickname too, by the way.
Statements are always hearsay. Anything you make outside of court is hearsay. And then everything has to be presented whilst you're on the stand, right? So everything is hearsay until you say it on the stand. So you can tell the police something and they can write it in a report, but that's always hearsay until you say it in court.
Jam, just to answer your question, the transcript part of it was understandable, because they don't have time between when the court case is happening and the transcribers actually writing it out for them. They don't have time to do that. So that part I understood. There's never really any court case where the transcript.
Oh, she's gone. Yeah.
But that part I understood. But
you might have to repeat that, Aussie, because clicked out for, so I don't know if it clicked out for anybody else.
Okay, what word do we finish on?
Uh,
The transcript.
yeah.
The transcripts don't often get typed up in time. That's all I was saying there. It's a big job to try to type 8
Oh
weeks.
yeah, yeah, because some other courts, like, they allow, was it the
Some courts, the transcriber will be typing what is said on a little shorthand keyboard, and you can get access to those because they're typed as it's said. But in this courtroom, she had the
stenographer or whatever they're called? Yeah.
the stenographer thing over. I was going to call it a jock thing, like they have at sports.
Court
That-
recorder. The court recorder.
yeah, yeah.
The court recorder.
She had that jock thing on her mouth. Is
Yeah.
what I was. gonna
I
say.
actually looked it up and put it because somebody asked in my chat, what was that? So I actually looked up, but I can't remember now.
Right, and those are the two options. You can transcribe on a shorthand machine, which is how traditionally how it's always been done, is transcribed as it's being said, and then someone will go back over it later and correct all the mistakes
A
and
dictaphone.
turn it into longhand, shorthand,
Yeah.
from shorthand to longhand. And then we went to this court. They didn't have room to set up one of those machines, and so the girls were quite simply, speaking into the dictaphone. That's the word. Thank you, Prince Lola.
Yeah, but that machine that she had, when I looked it up, it was actually called something else. That white thing that she put in front of her mouth that everybody thought was for breathing.
It's to block out the sound of everything else that's going on in the courtroom, and it's
So that it funnels,
only
maybe.
her voice. Yeah,
That makes sense. That makes sense.
it's a type of microphone, like a underwater microphone. No,
I disagree. In most courts, it's immediately transcribed. Well, I think some courts, like this is going back in the day, so I don't know if they still do it this way. But I thought some courts, like, they just, when the person's hitting those different strokes, it's to show pauses and stuff so that they can later rehear it and type it out. But yeah, I don't know how they do it there.
I was actually agreeing with you, Paddling. I'm saying
Yeah.
that not
It should-
immediately transcribing it is unusual. I am in
Yeah.
agreement with you. Bev did a lot of unusual shit. Oh, stuff. Okay. Did Karen Reid's demeanor turn jurors off? We read that. Did they say that during deliberations when statements were being made and someone would either sigh or make an expression? That was more of the commenting that we talked about during deliberation.
Oh, can we stop it here for a second? Because go back to the demeanor. I think it was her demeanor, facial expressions in certain
Yeah.
points. So now this is interesting because I'm getting ready for another case. It's the Donna Adelson case. And
She has resting bitch face like chronic.
she's got, like, I'm privileged all over, right? And so I think it's quite interesting because, I've been watching other channels, and what they're saying is that, her attorney will probably prep her to look older and stuff. And so that, there's sympathy. And I thought, wow, I never thought, I don't judge people by that, even though we do, right? Technically, probably it feeds into how we believe things. However, it's like that shouldn't be, right? But it is. Because Karen does make a lot of facial expressions. Remember?
I'm currently having a debate with somebody on X about this very topic, because that person is saying Karen shouldn't have done the interview because she has resting bitch face. Well, that's not what she's saying. She's saying what she said, what the juror is saying here. Her demeanor and facial expressions are coming off bad.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think about it, the one that comes to attention in my mind, right? Because we're trying to make sure Karen Reid wins the next trial, right? When a person's innocent, you want to make sure they're not losing because of all these silly things, right? So when the 911 call was played and they said, Jen said, we turned John over, Karen's face went like she did make an expression. So if the jury is watching her, then
I caught several of them where she was just like, she had her eyes squinted, like really
you
scowling.
laugh,
whatever
if
it
you
was.
laugh or do anything, I think that's going to go against a defendant. I think you've got to be stoic and, show compassion, show sadness. Like, it's just the way, because of perception, right? And like everybody's saying, her facial expressions could have been from a medical condition as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so she could be grimacing at some stages because she's in pain. There was days there where I saw she had bags in her eyes. She was exhausted some days there. I can't
Oh,
imagine how
and
uncomfortable.
I was interviewed by a channel that's going to put a documentary together, and they were saying that did you know anything about Karen Reid before the trial? And I said no. And they said, did you find out anything about Karen Reid, like personally about her? And that's where I think the defense could have made more about her, like brought in maybe some character evidence, right?
Right, the fact that nobody knew her, they all claimed to be John's bestie, and she'd
Yeah.
been living with him for 2 years, but no one's met her.
Yeah.
That
How
doesn't
bizarre.
that doesn't spell bestie to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, but yeah, I'm just shocked that this is the way they saw the evidence. It's like,
I'm getting there. I'm shocked at some of it as well. Did anyone pick up on Ryan Nagel mentioning speaking with the feds? I wrote that down in my notes, but I don't know if others did. Interesting. Did the 3 holdouts for not guilty make it clear that they could not be persuaded? So it was 3 holdouts for not guilty. I thought it was 3 for guilty. It's 3 for not. They were very strong about it and wouldn't budge. Did you guys talk about any of this before deliberations? No, during deliberations is when information unfolded during the groups. The manslaughter count is what took us a long time. We looked at the tail light, opened up all the packages, looked at video footage to see if there was damage to the tail light prior to her getting back, and why there was no footage of her getting back to John O'Keefe's house. That's what we wanted to know. Did jurors think she deleted it? I don't think she deleted it, but I wonder if it was lost during the investigation because it probably wasn't saved on Ring. It would have been better if Buchanan followed up with Ring to make sure there was footage showing what time she got back, because we don't know what time she got back.
what?
Well,
We do because of the text messages she was saying,
Okay.
and when she connected to the Wi-Fi. Yeah. Oh,
Right.
there it is.
I'm going to say the same thing. Well, we do, because Nicholas Guarino said she connected to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, which is also strange because it should have created video footage of her parking.
Yeah. Debbie just says, and we really have to say this comment. Debbie Blair says it's terrible the way people talked about Karen's facial expressions and even her clothes in court. I did a video on what to wear to court because it is really sad, but you are judged by your appearance, and it is not something
Like, if she
that
had gone in there all ragtag tattery, everyone would have been up her ass. But because she went in there all dressed proper for court, they're still up her ass. So how do you win?
you can't win. And we did at university we did a study of like we went to food banks, and some of us dressed like really poor, and some dressed really intelligent, and it was unbelievable. But the people that dressed smarter, like better dressed, were given more food at a food bank than the people that looked all dirty and disheveled. Unbelievable. So people do judge us, and we
Yeah, but the
we
thing
want to
is,
say that's not right.
doesn't matter if she's doing it right or she's doing it wrong. She's still going to be wrong. Like, some people just don't like her. I'm having this very conversation on X right now with this woman who thinks Karen Reid is just an awful personality. And
Yeah,
I
but
don't
what?
see,
Uh,
I don't see
it's
an
sad.
awful personality. I mean,
Mhm.
I can, okay, she might pull a facial expression that you don't like, but to sit there and look at the way she talks, the tone she talks in, and her personality all sucks. I don't see that. I warm to her. I feel like
But
the
what are you supposed to sound like when you've been accused of doing
mm,
something so horrendous? Um,
mm,
of course, you're going to have that demeanor that's just like, why? It's like unbelievable, isn't it?
yeah.
Um,
And the way she talks and the tone she talks, if I'm on the stream by myself, that's kind of how I get, because I don't really like talking to myself. And that's the first awkwardness. I don't like talking by myself. Second awkwardness is that I know there's things that I can't talk about because it's YouTube. There's things that I have to censor that I would normally say, especially with the Birchmore and the Delphi cases. There's stuff that I really want to be able to just say it how I'm thinking it, and I can't because it's YouTube. So that's that second awkwardness, that where you can't say things, and so you're trying to make small talk.
mm.
And I'm being on the spectrum. I'm terrible at small talk.
But
Like
I think the thing, and I'll just give you a mention about this, because I think the issue is right now we're on a public forum. Okay, nobody very few people know me. They don't know me in my day-to-day person, or I've never maybe represented one of these people, or the same with you. People don't know you, right? So we've got to be really careful, because when you're making, it's like when I used to do reports for um, prisoners coming out, like pre and post sentencing reports for correctional services, right? So, when those reports are given to the judge and then they make a decision based on that. So, if you think about it, if everybody that's listening is going to have a different angle or perspective. So, as a public speaker, if we take a position, it's going to either upset a whole bunch of people, or right, so we have to be ever so careful to not do that. And so YouTube is saying, look, we don't want to be sued, we're not going to take that liability on. You can say what you want, but there are guidelines, right? And that's the thing. What you say to your friend on the street or while you're having coffee, that's not public, right? But now if your friend goes and tells somebody, and then now you're being judged on that because now we haven't heard both sides of the conversation, that's a bit bad as well. And we're finding a lot of cancel culture and stuff, aren't we? So I think that's the whole idea, is we don't want to get on YouTube and start talking. Is if we're talking about the law, if we're talking about people, we want to make sure we're given a balanced view. And that's not always going to be what people want, because they want to hear from us. That's crazy. Even though we think it, we've got to prove it to you with evidence before we say it. And Aussie, you're amazing at that. Like, your videos are top notch, showing us the scientific proof of things. So anyway, just wanted to say that.
Thank you, but only my pre-recorded. Certainly not on my live streams. I go a little bit funny on my live streams, and it's funny because when I snipped out the segment that I did with Dr. Berry, I said some stupid things to her.
I don't remember that.
I'm sure it was straight over her head. She didn't notice it, but I was listening back later. I was going, yeah, that wasn't the word I was thinking of.
Oh my God, we all do that. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible because, we get to the point where we know, my daughter always says whenever she's talking to me, it's like playing a game of charades, right? Because I'm going, that thing that's like this, and and she's going, oh, what's the bloody word? And then we spend another 10 minutes looking up a word, and, or especially if I'm talking about a movie I saw, right?
Yeah.
I was like, that girl with the blonde hair, and she was with this, and they'll go, no, okay, what about the one with
like 3 hours until it comes back to you? See,
and then we end up, and there was this joke that I saw. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was just going to say, with Dr. Berry, the problem that I had was that her first response to me was like, show me a list of questions. And I was like, I'm not going to do an interview format. I've never done that before. And so when we came into it, it was kind of like she was expecting at some sort of interview format, which
Yeah.
I've never done before. And so
Yeah.
I was nervous as hell. And so I just said maybe 3 or 4 words incorrectly. They weren't the words I was trying to be polite to her. And then I picked the wrong word. It still came across polite, but it was just the wrong words in the wrong places. So I was so nervous that day, ridiculously nervous. It doesn't help. And I imagine that's how Karen would have been with being interviewed by the media, knowing that, you know, they're going to take her out of context. She has to be careful. She's got to watch everything that she's got to say and how she's going to say it. And obviously, even what she's wearing when she's saying it and what face she's holding when she's saying it. I mean, that's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Ducati girl. Is that her name?
Ducati?
Yeah,
Ducati.
she said, I had lunch with a group of menopausal women. It was hilarious. Everyone was struggling to remember their favorite movies names. Yeah. It's so funny, isn't it? Because I remember my grandmother, she would go through, she'd say, "Oh, hi. Hi, Carrie." No, I mean Robin. No, I mean, and I'd say, "This is Karen." She goes, "Oh yeah, Karen." Yet there was nothing wrong with her. Like, she had absolutely all her marbles, but names were just something she couldn't remember. You know, and to be a politician, you obviously have to have really good recall and memory and people's names and places and things and stuff. And I've gone on a holiday where I say I have to actually look at my passport to remember where I've actually
Dum-de-dum.
I'll say I've been to Spain, but I can't remember what part, right?
Yeah. Sorry, I got cut out there. I was in the middle of saying it's not just older women who forget shit. So
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, so that's that's really good that people are aware of that, right? It's being aware of it,
yeah, absolutely.
and
And
we're all
I agree with Sarah. The defense got caught up in too much of a yes men bubble and weren't able to see how a jury without the info they had would take things. I think the defense, I
very good point.
I don't know that it was too much of a yes man thing, but I do think they kept it very brief. But I think that was a strategy, and I just don't think it worked as well as they thought it was going to.
And don't forget, you're in a small town.
I was behind their strategy. I was way behind this. I thought their strategy was good. Keep it simple, stupid. That's what I thought they were doing. So, and for those who aren't familiar with that term, Karen Cole Karen here did a video on that today. So, it's the last video on her channel.
My last upload, yeah. But as well, when you're in it, like, see, I do trials in different parts, right? And I remember going to, let's say, London to do a trial. It's totally different to doing a trial in a smaller place, right? So if I go to, different courts are different, different judges, and so it's like
the bigger courts can feel here in Australia. The bigger courts could feel really overwhelming and oppressive. That I feel like the smaller courts are far more intimate and comfortable. And then you walk into a court, and even if you're not the one who's got to go on the stand, it's like, oh.
Yeah, and I mean, in England, the way we do things is we make sure we've got statements, and then we present a case, and then they can opt for a judge or a jury. And I think that when I'm speaking before a judge, the higher the judge, right? Like the more educated the judge, the better, because sometimes the judge will understand things that you're saying, but then you've got judges that are more street smart. So it depends on what your case is all about, right? And it's like the Catholic priest. How can he give advice to somebody who he's not even married, right? That's the same sort of argument. You want somebody that's in touch with society, and most judges say they don't look at social media. Well, maybe they should, so that they can get a good understanding on how people think.
Yeah. Yeah. There's just people who just judge by looks. But just to defend the person that I was just complaining about on X, she's also a juror advisor, or whatever you call those things.
Yeah.
So she's not saying that she thinks Karen's guilty. She's just saying that she thinks Karen shouldn't have been on the air on 2020 or doing any interviews because how she comes across. So, and I don't agree with her. I get she's got experience, and I see the stats, like the jury wants someone who's soft and soft spoken, but I mean, if it's not yourself that you're putting out there, it's like
Right.
it's
The evidence. And that's what Prince Lover just said. The closing should have been more focused on the loads of reasonable doubt and ignore the conspiracy. You see, that's the thing. Like, I know where you're coming from, right? And everybody is coming from. Everybody knows these things, right? That people can come across not friendly or whatever.
Not
Or-
genuine, I think, is more destructive than being genuine and people not liking your genuine self. It's more destructive to pretend that you're something that you're not. Do you get what I'm saying? Like socially, that's the way it seems to me.
And you're the defendant. You're not, like, she shouldn't have done any interviews. The case isn't over, so I don't know why they're doing that. It's not going to influence public opinion. If anything, it's going to already muddy what some people think, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like, I've only seen parts of the 2020, so I haven't seen the full one. And did you get to watch the full one? Did you say?
Yeah. Sorry, my brain just did a like.
No, that's okay, because what I was going to say is that some of the pictures, photographs, we see Karen Reid prior to all this. She's so beautiful. I mean, just a really loving, smiling person. What's not to like about that, right?
And then the
Obvious-
next interview, she was reacting to accusations, so she had a different demeanor.
Yeah, and if you're not, it's like, look at Kamala Harris. She's just laughing all the time, and it's just like, oh my god, like, that drives me crazy, right? So everybody's got something different, right? Everybody's got, and you're gonna have people that do like you and not. I just don't think she should have done. Is there anywhere to watch the 2020 show? Yeah, you can go on to Lulu. Is it Lulu?
Hulu, HULU, but
you
know what?
Yeah.
It's actually I can put a link in the chat for you, and we were actually going to play some of it here and see if we get booted off. But I decided to do this stuff first, so if we do get booted off, we got some fun stuff in before we did. So
Well, why don't you start a different stream with that.
I've got 3 free strikes, so you get 3 copyright strikes before.
No, but you can get
take it off. Okay, I've got 3 free. I've never had a copyright strike. I've had some more.
If you wait till, as long as you if you're playing it from the 2020, that will be a copyright, because you're not allowed to play anything from a TV, right? Because that is a license.
I'm gonna play JFK watching it on 2020, which is like them reacting to 2020 and then me reacting to them reacting to 2020.
Did they show the 2020 on their screen?
I don't know where they were watching it. I just watched it, and they're still up, so they haven't been struck. So if they have, and like I said, I can afford at least 1 strike. I can afford 2 strikes, to be honest. But right now, I'm good with 1, and I'll take it for the team. Okay, guys, I'll take it for you guys.
Not worth the risk, Aussie. People can find out. I think what you can do.
Karen, stop stressing. If my channel goes down, it goes down. I'm not too worried. I'm not well, what's the word? I don't feel like I'm chained to YouTube to the point
It
where I
will
can
come on
live
to
without
YouTube
it.
in a week,
I
I've
can
heard.
live without it.
But it will come on, so we can talk about it then. You know, we can talk about, you know, I can't do something
Some of it
that
has been released.
that could lose your channel.
Are you streaming to your channel right now?
No, but I don't want to do anything that
All right.
could, because YouTube are taking a stronger thing. They might just they might just close your whole channel. And that's what
Yeah.
they've done to some. They're doing that lately. Big channels have gotten strikes for 7 days. They're not allowed to stream.
Yep.
And I just don't, it's not worth it. We can still talk about it.
I had a strike about 2 years ago. I had a strike, and then someone else decided they didn't want me to use their material. It was in the Johnny Depp trial. So I just had this 0.2 seconds of Johnny Depp saying, and that's how we all die. That's all I
But what
had.
you can do is,
He struck me twice for using it. So I got
Yeah.
a copyright strike the first time, and then I took it down, and then it ended up somehow making it work, making its way. It was just a small snippet. It ended up back in a second video. She struck me a second time. And then I knew if I had a third one, that's when shit gets real after that. So I fixed it all up. I went through all my videos and made sure her little thing wasn't in there anymore. So yeah, they can't just take your video down on the first strike. That's rumor. It doesn't work like that. It's
they
3
did it
strikes.
to me,
you're out.
and I just had a video with a man holding a child's hand, and that was the video, right? Like this. And that's all and they said there was too much skin, and they took it right off YouTube. So anyway, what I think we should do,
That's
just to
not a
keep you
copyright.
safe,
What
is
I'll do is I'll wait till you leave, and then we'll watch it. If I've still got an audience left, we'll watch the JFK restreaming it. The point, I think, was that you hadn't seen it. So this was a way for you to see it without you getting a strike and without you having to go find it. So, and I was willing to do it for you.
Have they ever seen anybody else like, is the guy still up, you said?
Yeah, he's still there.
Can we read their do they have terms and conditions that they allow it? I'm serious. I just don't want your channel. You're doing so well.
It's okay. It's a short reprieve. I'll be fine. I don't want you to worry
Just
about it so much.
Constantly interrupt then, so that hopefully they can't say
Right,
it's not fair
plan.
use.
Me
Okay.
reacting to him reacting. So he's already interrupting it for him to do reactions. Now I'm going to be interrupting him interrupting. So it's all. If anyone's going to get the strike, it's going to be him, because he did it straight off of the 2020. But it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm willing to do it. If you haven't seen
Or
it,
just don't put the voice on and put the captions, and then you can just say, oh, this is where he says that's another way to do something where it's
we'll work it out.
Oh.
We're not even finished bloody Turtle Boys thing.
And Turtle Boy was just demonetized, right? That's the way they decided to.
Oh, that was months ago. That was when he went to jail. He got demonetized.
No, but it was a lot. But I'm just saying, there's different ways to hurt a channel, right? So anyway,
yeah. And that's
don't
the message.
do it. They are a big company. Listen to your chat. They love
the
you.
message that I put out there is that I am not a slave to YouTube. I never planned to be a slave to YouTube. I never will be a slave to YouTube. If YouTube does whatever and takes me down, then you're going to have to wait a week till I come back. That's how it is. I'm not a slave to this. If I want to say
broadcasting, it's called broadcasting. And if a TV show is broadcast, because they pay broadcasting licenses, then we're not allowed to copy that at all. We're allowed to copy the news.
We don't pay for it here. You're in a different system than us. We don't pay for all that.
We're allowed to pay. No, but this is like when you make a movie. If you're on TV, you pay, and that's for a viewer. You pay TV license. But I'm talking about when you're a producer. You have to pay a lot of money to produce these shows, and you get a producing TV license so that it's presentable for TV. What we're doing is we're taking their material and commenting on it, right? So I suppose as long as you just you can tell what's happened, but to show their stuff is where I think would be risky.
Correct.
Yes, you can say, oh, this is, what happened.
The copyright law is applicable if you are copying their content. If you are reacting to their content, providing commentary on their content, criticizing their content, and so on and so forth. And remember, I'm in Australia, so the YouTube laws in Australia are the ones that apply here, not anywhere else. As long as I stick to those things, that I'm doing commentary or I'm doing feedback or I'm doing criticism, which I plan to do a bit of. We're
But I'm just saying it's like us talking about a movie, right? If we're playing, we only play the trailer. So that you know how they give a public trailer with a movie, that would be the only thing we're allowed to play. So with the Karen Reid 2020, they did do a news 9-minute one, and they did do a trailer. So those would be fair use.
If it's a news documentary, it's fair use.
Yes.
Any news documentary, and the 2020 was a news documentary. It wasn't a movie. It was it was a news doco, so it'll be fine. And that's why I think RFKs hasn't been taken down. Nonetheless, I'm not scared. YouTube, come at me, left, right, and center. So I'm not scared because I'm not chained to YouTube. I got other shit I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be at the store right now getting us some sugar. It's so funny because my son went to the store. He's like, I'm going to get some sugar, Mum. And off he went. And I fell asleep. And then when I woke up, there's a little note beside the kettle. Well, I went to the store to get some sugar and I forgot to get the sugar.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I was like, that happens to me all the time. Anyway, let's finish this Total Boy thing. How far have we got to go? Oh, my God, we got ages to go.
That can be for a different day so that you don't, so that you start off, because when you're talking about that, more people come into the chat. So you can segue. And then that way, it's leaving something. So where did you leave off? And then just mark that. And then we can talk about that a different time.
Good idea.
It is a good segue into chatting about things, isn't it?
All right, so we were up to, speaking of Guarino, John's cell phone data shows him going up and down 3 flights of stairs. Guarino said this could have been caused by driving on a hill and moving the phone around. Did that ever come up in discussion? I like that he's asking about that because he actually went and tested that at the actual street that Guarino.
Yeah.
We never looked at that. The only thing we looked at was whether or not John ultimately arrived at 34 Fairview. So we looked at the fact that he did arrive, but we didn't take into account whether or not there was any validity to the Apple Health data going up and down 3 flights of stairs. What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. That, to me, that was like critical evidence that he was still moving, like in the Sandra Birchmore case, that she was still moving. Oh, I'm sorry. It's critical evidence, isn't it?
Wow.
Did jurors judge Karen Reid because she drove drunk? The 6 who were guilty had very strong opinions regarding operating a vehicle under the influence and the drinking habits of the parties involved. Well, I'm glad there's a plural there because that's a point that I just recently made. It was absolutely nobody who was behind the wheel that night that was freaking sober.
Yeah.
I personally think Karen was, but that's because I sat there and counted her drinks. But anyway, the parties involved, not just Karen. One of the things we commented on was when John switched from drinking beer to hard alcohol in a glass. So why did he switch? Now, with that being said, these people must be experienced drinkers. Brian Higgins said he was going to go home and have another drink. So we thought these people are all professional with their consumption of alcohol, professionals. Professional drinkers.
What?
I'll let them have that.
I just thought Karen Reid wouldn't. Imagine your boyfriend is a a police officer, a serving police officer, why would he let somebody drive if they were like completely intoxicated? They wouldn't, right? Like no rational-
Drunk, as if the other side
Yeah.
keeps saying.
It doesn't even make sense that he would get in the vehicle with her if he thought she was,
He
you know.
called Karen to be the driver that night. He pestered her in text messages over and over again to be the driver that night.
Yeah.
Why? Not because he thought she was going to get drunk, right? Because he thought she was the only one who was going to stay sober. That's why he was trying to get her to be the driver.
Yeah. So I don't think, you know, he wouldn't have got in the car with her if she was intoxicated. That's just no way, right?
What did jurors think of all the butt dials, the Life 360 dial, Google search? There was a theme with
Oh, you've gone off.
that all phone at 2:22 a.m. The majority did not take it into account. Oh my God, this has been dubbed the butt dial trial, but nobody took it into account or believe it had any sort of credibility about whether or not it created reasonable doubt. The minority had doubts. To some, it was just a diversion tactic to create confusion.
Yeah.
The foreman wrote in an affidavit. I like how he slips that in. But protesters could be heard outside during deliberations. Was that true? We only heard them during lunch or when Karen's defense attorneys were walking out.
Oh my God.
So that blows their theory that, you know, the protests outside influenced the jurors. Beverly Canoni did not bring jurors back to confirm the 12-0 acquittal on murder. Is there any discussion amongst jurors to come together and make a statement as a group about how you acquitted her of murder now that she's facing another trial for murder? I have not texted the group. I was hoping the foreman would approach the group. I think it's our duty to put out a unified front. No one has suggested coming out publicly, but my feeling is that in order to do our civic duty, I want to reach out to them as a group and say that I think we should all approach and make a statement that we found her not guilty on count 1 and 3. I thought it was going to resolve. I thought Judge Canoni is going to change her mind here. I wonder legally if she can't, but if we did it as a unified front, as a united front, then she could do something. Well, that's the first smart thing I heard this juror say, I think.
Yeah.
For sure. We all thought Judge Canoni didn't really have much choice but to hear you guys out.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the
Oh, sound gone.
we couldn't have hit him with a car because it's physically impossible, instead of blaming the McAlberts? Would that have been a more effective defense? I believe it would have been the most effective defense if they'd just gone with the facts of the case and not created all these other pieces, which I get it, it's great for reasonable doubt, but clearly did not create a case for those individuals who did not create a reasonable doubt. Right. I will have a lot to say about this tomorrow night on the live show. As you can imagine, I have thoughts. This juror is willing to speak with me again as well. If you have any questions you'd recommend me, let me know. So there you go. Turtle Boy is open to anything you'd like to ask this juror. I don't know that I have too many questions to ask this juror. Anybody in here got any questions they would ask the juror? So the jury listened to the one juror that was an engineer rather than listening to the evidence during trial. That's what it sounds like, Bella. That's precisely what it sounds like. Kat
Yeah.
Reynolds.
They when you're in deliberations, what it's called is you can influence, but you're not allowed to, like, you know, influence with evidence outside of the jury, right? So if I said going over the speed limit is 30 miles an hour, but let's say the defense doesn't put that into evidence, or the prosecutor, right? Then we can't consider that,
Yeah.
right? We can't say, well, the speed limit is this. That's not the way you're supposed to deliberate. You're supposed to say, well, we all know that, but that wasn't brought out. So can we look at the evidence slightly differently without using our own knowledge of the law, right?
Right. And I don't know. I kind of go with the comment that I just put up. Like, they were more interested in listening to someone's opinion than the actual evidence. And that bothers me, that a jury would do that. So,
Yeah. But
and
they are allowed to argue, like to influence each other and change each other's minds, right? But they should be doing it not with saying, well, I'm an engineer and I know that you have to be turned a certain way before you can be propelled into the air, or whatever, right? Whatever. You can only argue what was argued in the trial. Yeah.
Phoebe, the butt dial said a whole lot of things to a whole lot of us that I obviously didn't say to the jury. I don't get that. But the butt dial trial is what
that was not guilty for me as soon as they started butt dialing.
And Jen McCabe sitting there going, oh, yeah, those 17 calls that I made to John, they were like 1 minute apart, Karen. I did a timeline on this.
Oh, did you? Yeah.
Her butt dials were all like 1 minute apart, and there was about 7 or 8 of them. And so her butt is every 1 minute dialing John's phone.
That's bizarre. And there's just too many. Yeah, that didn't make any sense at all. Wow, let's do it. Yeah, you need to. I'm just trying to read the chat.
They couldn't do any experimenting and stuff like we did. That's very true. And what somebody else said, that they were probably lallied to death by then. I agree. Their notes would have been, I wouldn't like to have seen any of their notes after being lallied to death for 8 weeks solid. Like that last week's notes would have been fun.
I would have fallen asleep, I'm sure, during that trial.
I think I recall Turtle Boy saying that by the end of it, nobody was taking notes because Lally just was so impossible. So interesting.
Yeah.
I think the one thing that didn't happen, like Judge Bev interrupted it, was the receipts coming in. If the receipts had come in, then the jury would have seen that there's no way she drank 9 drinks. There was not 9 drinks on the tab. There might have been 4 to 6 shots, because I saw 4 of them share a shot. All of them clink their shot glasses and downed it. So there's four shots there. She might have shouted those, given, the previous stories that she was shouting drinks, shouting people their bloody whole rooms and shit on holidays. I think she was generous like that. So I think there might be 2 shots she bought prior, and then the 4 shots that they all drank, and she was the only one that didn't. Cheers and down the shot. I think those would all be on the second receipt, but the first receipt they didn't get presented in court, I don't think, but we did actually see in the public.
I think what happened is they split both of their payments, right, were exactly the same, weren't they? So it was like they split it. Whatever was ordered, they split.
I thought they put it all on one tab. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought there was $49.50. I can't remember how much, but I thought that they both paid the same amount, right, on her card and his card.
We don't know, because Judge Bev stopped them from showing the jury, so we don't know what it was. So we don't know.
Buchanan, I think it was Buchanan that was given that testimony. In one of my videos, I play that of what Buchanan says.
Yeah, but he also said all of those seltzers were alcohol. Like, I didn't really believe anything.
That was wrong. But I'm sure he does say there was 2 receipts, right? There was 2.
But we didn't get to see what the breakdown of those 2 receipts were. Like, he could have said,
we just knew they were 10 pounds of drink.
He could have made up any story knowing that Judge wasn't going to let them to be shown anyway.
Yeah.
So If they
Oops,
already
I
knew
found them.
if they knew the judge was already going to say no, you can't show them, then they could have made up any story because the judge wasn't going to let them show them. But if it was $50, then that's only 5 shooters. But then she's also got, we also counted 4 or 5 seltzers, so it can't be 5 shooters. It can only be 4 or 3 shooters because of all the seltzers. Someone paid for all the seltzers, so there's no way she was buying an alcoholic drink, highball.
No.
And then buying a shooter and adding that to her alcoholic drink in the highball. That's ridiculous. Like, I didn't see any reason to believe that she was that sort of drinker. John maybe, because in his text he said, I'm only just sobering up while I'm planning to go out and drink again. So, and I've been around those sort of drinkers, and that's how they are. They might order an alcoholic drink because it's not strong enough, bung some more alcohol into it. You know what I mean? It's usually men that like the stronger taste of alcohol. It's not usually women who like the really strong taste of alcohol. So,
you
certainly
want nicer.
So, the alcohol receipt was $53 and Karen and John receipt. The alcohol receipt, Linda, that we saw was only for one bar. We didn't see the receipt for the other bar. But I'll tell you what Paul
Oh. Sound.
Okay. Who's cut out, me or Karen?
I think you cut out for me.
Oh, good. What was I saying? Paul O'Keefe's ensured that we
not
get. So. You still didn't hear me, did you?
Nope. Again.
Paul O'Keefe has ensured that we're going to see all of the receipts from all of the bars by suing the bars.
Right. Well, we will see them then. It should be. They should have to produce evidence, right?
Right. Exactly. So,
but if let's say, sorry, but if let's say on Karen's receipts, there is 3 drinks, how are they going to prove that she drank them?
right? She had a back to the camera the whole time. We literally did not see her.
She was drunk, because I proved in my videos as well. So to get drunk, you need to drink every 30 minutes, right? Alcohol to be consumed every 30 minutes. So in the time that she was there, I calculated 4 drinks. And the whole time she was out. So that's not
right. Sarah, people drink vodka because you can't taste vodka. I can taste vodka. I hate vodka. It's a terrible drink, but I can taste anything that's alcohol. The thing is, if people want to spike your drink, they think that if they give you vodka, you won't taste it. So a lot of people think that vodka is actually tasteless, when I would disagree. It's not.
Can you take me off camera for a minute? Because I want to go get some more coffee.
I think you have to do that. Hit your camera button. See right down the bottom where it says start cam? Hit that button right at the bottom.
Stop cam.
That's it.
Oh. Okay. Give me 2 minutes.
I am sorry, Lucas Knight, but my audio cuts out because we have cruddy internet in a forest where satellite internet is not really that good.
I can't even get off my chair. Sorry.
So it's something you have to put up with. Either I don't do live streams at all because I know my internet shit, or I do live streams and you guys will handle it. So I don't think we ever definitely saw the receipts. I definitely saw the waterfall receipt. So it was in some public documents that Judge Bev made available. So I did see the waterfall receipt, and on that receipt was 1 beer and 1 vodka. Was it 2 beers and 1 vodka? I think it was 2 beers and 1 vodka. So, but what happened was in court, they went to put the receipts up just display them to the jury, and the judge had a meltdown and called a sidebar, and we never got to see them. So that's correct, Amy. There is so much alcoholism in that town. And I agree with Ducati. The retrospective blood alcohol test is BS. I agree entirely. There's no way her blood was that high that many hours after not drinking. It just couldn't happen. She's a tiny little person like me. So, you know, if she was a much bigger person, sometimes if you have more fat or cellulite, you can hold the blood alcohol high a bit longer. But Karen's like me; she hasn't got any fat on her body at all. She's skinny mini. So when I drink, I don't drink, but the few times that I have, pretty much gone within an hour or two. I'm pretty much sobered up again after an hour or two. But I never drink to excess either. So they say you can't smell. You mean vodka? I think you mean vodka. So you can't smell vodka. That's what they say, but that's not true either. I can smell that shit and I can taste that shit. So because I don't drink, what will often happen is I'll go out with people. They might be new people. Certainly not my friends wouldn't do this, but I'll go out with new people that I don't know, and they'll be like, you should have a drink. You should have a drink. You should have a drink. And I don't want to drink because I don't drink. But they'll just keep going and going. And in the end, you get these sneaky people who'll go order your orange juice and then spike it with vodka because they think I'm not going to taste it. But you can't fool me. I can taste any alcohol. The reason I don't drink is I don't like the taste of alcohol. Well, even if she was wasted above the legal limit, they cannot prove definitively when she was drinking. I think that's the point that, what's her name? I've forgotten her name for some reason. I think that's the point that her female lawyer made. Everyone's going to tell me who the female lawyer is. I know, because you're on my memory bank. What's her name? Lizzie? Oh, Liza. It's Liza, isn't it? I think that's what she was getting at, that, you know, Karen could have come home and had a drink. That Lally may have been wrong. Miss Little, thank you, everyone. I think that's a point that she was making, that, you know, Karen could have come home and had a drink. So Lally could have been out by hours with Karen's last drink. But I don't think she did. If I'm just going straight by, she hasn't said anything about coming home and drinking or waking up and drinking. Let's just go straight by. Her last drink was at the bar that night well, John finished it off. He was drinking the highball. He scoffed the highball as he was leaving. So he had her drink by the end of the night. So her last drink was a little bit before midnight, I'm going to say, because they were walking out at 10 past. So they did muck around for that whole 10 minutes with Jen saying, come with me and all that sort of stuff. So I'm thinking it was just a couple of minutes before midnight was her last mouthful of alcohol.
I am kind of back.
That's all right. Don't put the camera on because that makes things go a little bit smoother as well if we're not trying to stream video.
That's great.
So, my little blackouts are just when the satellites pass over. So there's a little gap between the satellites when they pass over. So
Okay.
that's what those little breaks are. But if we're not streaming video, we should have enough lag in between for there to be no break if it's just audio, or very little break. So
Yeah.
if they prove definitively that she was drunk off her ass, it doesn't make her guilty of killing a boyfriend. No, and I agree with that because, boo, everybody was drunk off their backsides that night. I don't believe anyone was sober enough to be driving.
Yeah, so they haven't proved, even if they can prove that the bar overserved her, right? That's going to be a hard hurdle to get over. And then what I'm afraid of is that the bar might have insurance that just says, let's just settle out of court. And then it makes it look like it was. But yeah, so a bar, you have to be, but the problem is people can ask other people to buy them drinks. So sometimes the bars don't know. And in the bars in England, or sorry, the courts in England, civil liability, you're also responsible for yourself as well. So if you get in the car with somebody that you know to be drunk, then you're also taking a risk that the courts will consider if they did decide that there was, an award, and you have to really prove that you had serious issues, right? Like you needed counseling and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, right. Is that why there were so many butt dials? Because they're all butt drunk, drunk off their butt.
The late night drunk call, right?
Oh my goodness.
Is
That's a
a
beauty
court
call.
a bar in England or a pub? Is a court a bar or a pub in England? Ah, that's funny.
No, Sarah, the bars won't want this to go away quietly because this is a black mark on them for what's the thing called? Drum. Oh, I can't remember what the name of it is. Again, someone in the chat's going to fill it in for me. You watch.
Yeah.
It's in Massachusetts, and I'm not sure how many other states in America, but they've got like it's a legislation where if they overserve and stuff, dram laws. Thank you, Shari. I knew someone was going to say it. Dram shop. Basically, if they overserve, it's a black mark on them. They'll actually be taking a hit. For
Oh yeah, from insurance point of views. So we had a question: is a court a bar or a pub in? Is it? I think she meant, is it called a bar or a pub in? So a bar is probably the same as anybody would call a bar. It doesn't usually serve food. It doesn't. And a pub would be somewhere where you can have food and. Right. It's like a bar might have a doorman. Like a bar stays open really late. Pubs only stay open till.
Sure, I did a butt mashup. In Australia, everything's a bar except for the clubs, and the clubs are like dancing, and the lights are all turned off, or sometimes live music. So you got a pub or you got a bar. A pub or a club.
Yeah,
But
a club. I think they probably call them clubs here too. I'm out of that scene for a few years now, so maybe 20. So
bar is probably a common name in the city, I guess. Like posh people would be saying it's a bar. Everybody in the country's going, it's a pub.
well, yeah, I look at a pub totally different to a bar. A bar, you might dance at a bar, right?
In Australia, we had
Or a
actually
club.
it might have been only one place. Actually, it might have been one state. Either it was just Queensland or it was just one place where I was living in Queensland. We had this like period where they couldn't serve alcohol unless they served food, and if they served some sort of food, then they were allowed to keep their license and they could serve alcohol.
Yeah.
And that's because you tend to get less wasted if you've had something to eat. And so a lot of the bars went around, this is all like 30 years ago. A lot of the bars went around like just handing out nuts, like because it's food. So they'd always have a free jar of nuts sitting on the counter that anyone could dig into. So that's how they got around. And I think that's why it didn't work.
Right. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. Huh. I'm just reading the pub or a bar is the same thing in Scotland. Well, thank you, indie girl.
Oops, missed it. Go again.
Indie girl, yeah. She just said a pub or a bar is the same thing in England or Scotland.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably, because I'm Canadian originally, I probably call everything a bar, unless it's a restaurant.
That's right, Shari D. They will. The bartender will get fined. They'll lose their bartending license, and the bar itself will end up on more expensive insurance. And then I think these dram laws actually do have an extra penalty outside of all of that.
Yeah.
I have to actually talk to Melanie. She was talking about the dram laws the other night, and I didn't quite catch it all. So maybe I'll just have to tune in again. But I'm sure that there's more penalties involved with this, and I don't think the bars are going to take it laying down. So
Right. And I think Prince Lover is being funny. She said, where's it? Kat Randall. So how do barristers approach the bar? Because you have to pass the bar in America.
of course,
Yeah.
barristers.
But barristers, so in England, a barrister is a trial lawyer. Okay. So that's the equivalent to a trial attorney in America.
Yeah, but in Australia, a barrister is somebody who is particularly qualified to. It's a step up from just being a lawyer. It's a step up. They do the extra studies in law, like at a judge's level, and they're working their way up to being a judge. And so
They
they're
do
just
advocacy. Yeah.
yeah, so they're just that little bit higher than a regular attorney. They're ready to become. I don't know how long they have to serve as a barrister to become a judge, but these are all questions I can ask Aussie Overlord because I'm pretty sure he's a barrister.
Yeah. So in England, to be a barrister, it's an extra, I think 4 years more, and it's the same if you're, everything is separated, right? So
Sarah, why are they going to settle?
advocacy.
Why are they going to settle if they know that they didn't overserve her? You're assuming that they did overserve her, and they're just going to settle because they don't want to fight it. But they know they didn't overserve her. We know they didn't overserve her. We know they're going to fight it because she wasn't drunk. They know that. We know that.
It's the cost to litigate, isn't it? The reason why there could be settlements is the cost to litigate.
Well, sort of. The cost to litigate versus the cost of the cost to the insurance company. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, like a lot of settlements are just like, instead of litigating, we have a payout.
Oh yeah, but he's not asking for a little bit of money. So what he's asking for versus what they're, like it might cost them $100,000 to hire a lawyer.
Yeah.
To prove that Karen's receipts show she wasn't overserved. That's all I got to do. Just go, here's the receipts. We've got them all off the cash register now. We haven't got a judge standing in our way trying to stop us from showing them. Here's the receipt. She wasn't overserved. Story done. That wouldn't even cost them $5,000 to have a lawyer to do that. And at the moment, I'm pretty sure Karen's actually offering her lawyers to help with that shit. So
yeah, obviously, once you produce the evidence, right? Hopefully they'll reconsider, because they'll end up with all the costs if they fight and lose.
If the bars go, look, we've got the evidence, we didn't overserve her. The insurance companies are not going to go, oh well, let's pay Paul $50,000 million so that we don't have to pay 100. I don't think that's how it works. I don't know what Paul's value is. I think he's left it open for the jury to decide what the damages should be. I think. I don't know that he actually asked for an actual amount, but I do know that he's not going to be asking just for legal fees. Okay, if it's the case of to settle is going to be less than the legal fees, that's fine. Paul's not asking for those sort of dollars. He's asking for millions. He's asking for tens of millions.
Yeah.
So if I know him, he's a greedy bugger. He's probably asking for way more than the judge is ever going to give him anything for. So he's been advised not to put it into his what's this initial part of the lawsuit called? His
claim.
proposal. Sorry.
The claim? When he filed the claim?
Yeah, that
The
he's filed.
motions?
Yeah, the
Motion, they call them?
original motion. He hasn't said how much cash he wants. So I think that he would have been advised if he, because we all know Paul, he's greedy. We know he's going to want, 2-3 million, and
Yeah.
then the lawyer's going to go, yeah, no. If you put that in there, the judge is going to go no, and if you put that in, the insurance company's going to go no. They're going to fight that.
Yeah.
You're going to give them the heads up that fighting this is going to be cheaper than. So yeah, there's all those considerations to come into it, but I just can't see the bars settling.
Yeah,
Unless-
because the
unless
original
he-
claim, when you're claiming the original claim, you usually just give a summary of, you make a claim and then they start to get into more details.
Yeah, so I don't know that what we've read so far actually says an amount. Rumor, the 300 fund me. Well, there you go. We know it's going to be more than 375k, don't we?
Wow. On his home edition. Wow. That's really sad.
Sarah, if the bars know that she wasn't drunk, why would they not fight? I understand where you're coming from, but if both bars know that they've got receipts proving that she wasn't drunk, why would they not fight it? I don't get where you're coming from with that. This is an easy win for them. The only reason that you'd be thinking is that because you think she's drunk. But I don't think she was drunk. I think that the bars actually do have proof that she wasn't.
Yeah, I think the only proof that somebody isn't drunk is to do an alcohol test, right? So just because you ordered drinks doesn't mean you drink them. And some people might just throw out their drink to make it look like they're drinking so that everybody thinks they're keeping
They
up
have
with-
proof. They have proof when she arrived at the bar and that where she drove from, because there's footage of her arriving at the bar, and then where she drove to. There's footage of that. So no,
there was no erratical driving or anything.
They have enough evidence. They've got receipts of while she was at the bar. They've got her arriving at the bar. They've got her leaving the bar. They've got the receipts at the other bar. So no, I'm pretty sure they've got a pretty accurate depiction of what she did and didn't drink while she was at that bar. And the claim is the bars overserved her, not that she was somewhere else drinking, that she was at that bar drinking and she was overserved.
Yeah.
So,
and if they go with, didn't one of the jurors think that maybe she hit him by mistake or something? But let's say the defense already proved that she didn't back up during that time. But let's say she did, for the sake of argument. Well, how do we know John didn't turn around and walk the other way because he was so drunk, right? Walk the wrong way. Does that make sense?
yeah, Ducati girl, I don't think you meant that word. I think you meant overserved, but we get you. Poor girl.
Oh, to me,
No, Ducati girl.
yeah.
Read her
Oh, sorry.
and
they
you'll
could
find it funny.
So why didn't the O'Keefes sue for the bar over serving both of them? Because what if John did walk the wrong way and step outside, and then somebody else like that was leaving, like Brian Higgins, right? Maybe his snowplow hit him. So how do we know that didn't happen? Right?
Right. Everyone was overserved as far as I'm concerned.
Everybody was overserved. So if John O'Keefe's death was because of his own over drinking, and he, this is all speculation because we don't know, right?
Yeah. Right. The jury's a whole different kettle of fish, Sarah, to the jury in a civil case, and the
But
insurance companies in the civil case. See, the bars might not even need to use their insurance. They might have this wrapped up. If they've got the receipts and they know she wasn't drunk, they don't even need use their insurance. They just go, here's 25 grand, lawyer, dude, go and tell the judge we've got the receipts. And it's
Yeah.
done. Easy. So it might not even end up, in front of a jury if that's the case. If the judge sees, because it's totally different in a civil case to a criminal case, different standard. So I think in America, the standard is
51%. Like
Thank you.
that's how we normally say it. Like a greater preponderance of the
preponderance of the evidence. Yes.
Yeah.
The greater preponderance of the evidence is the civil standard, whereas it's beyond reasonable doubt is the criminal standard. So there's two different things.
Yeah.
The juries have got different considerations. Thing.
And
Yeah.
we say kind of more likely than not, right? So that might be, it's like a 51% more likely than not. That's what we say in England.
Sorry, some of the comments, they're not funny comments until someone puts a face next to them.
Why wasn't Paul suing the McAllister? Exactly. I would have been suing suing police for not doing a proper investigation.
You got a fair chance of getting the culprit if you just sue the freaking lot of them, haven't you?
Yeah.
You're going to miss. There's aim for everybody and you're not going to miss. But I think they just went about it wrong, dragging the bars into it, because the bars are the ones that have the proof that Karen needs to prove that the BAC was wrong and everything else is wrong.
Yeah.
So that to me was a bad move. The reason I don't believe Karen was drinking is because I don't believe that seltzers should be counted as drinks until we see receipts. But she's such a small, tiny frame person. John was trying to get her to come and be the driver. So she's obviously more considered by him as a designated driver and the designated babysitter because she doesn't drink. She's not the Hellcat party goer who doesn't do any of that stuff. And that's why he's asking her to come around and do it all. So there's a lot of reasons why I don't think she was drinking. And the other reason is that the stomach issues that she has, when you mix alcohol with all of those stomach issues,
She would have been sick.
You're making yourself really, really ill. And maybe she did make herself ill, but I'm talking, not to the point of you're blackout drunk before you get ill because of all the chronic illnesses that she's got. She's just tipsy and she's ill like me.
That's like,
I'll have 2 drinks and I want to throw up. By the 3rd drink, I will actually go stick my fingers down my throat because I don't like feeling that sick without throwing up. So,
which is why she needed to go home. Yeah, she said she wasn't feeling well. She wanted to go home. But I think, why didn't we get to see the rest of the text? Remember, I think she didn't something come out like every time we're around this group, something good doesn't happen, right? I think that was the implication of her text from what we saw. Did you notice that?
Yeah, I did actually get the text that were released in the public records. If you want to link to that, I can send it to you. Jen, yes, she said she had 4 drinks, and when I looked at the counting video, counting her drinks, she did only have 4 shooters. But they were counting 5 seltzers as the other drinks. They were seltzers. They weren't. So she said 4 drinks. I counted 4 drinks. The Bartab looks like it could have been 4 drinks, but now we don't know because Bev pulled it before it got shown to anyone. But I think it might have been 4 drinks on the Bartab as well. And then that 1 drink over at the waterfall. Karen was not even close to hang on. This is someone who spoke with Karen, I think, in person. So to the purported level of intoxication, she was driving fine. Also, even successfully went up OJ's. Yeah, she parked in his garage. Who can do that blind, rotten drunk? Like, hello. Not easy to navigate. Exactly. So I completely agree.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know too many women who can navigate that narrow a garage and that big a car in a sober state. Scott. I'm probably one of the few that I know that could, because I do have a car that big and I do have a carport that narrow.
Oh my
But
gosh, the first time I bought my car, this car that I'm driving now, it had navigation like on it. Not that you can see, right? But it beeps and does everything when you're too close to things, and mine is always beeping. So it's a very bad feature.
I don't have any of those features, thank God, because I can't handle all the beeping. I was actually when that tree got dropped on my power line the other day.
Yeah.
Driving the road so you can get, because we can't get phone reception without the power, because we're using they gave us like a repeater station. It needs to be powered for us to get phone reception. And so I had to jump in the car with him and drive like 3 kilometers up the road to find reception.
Oh my God.
But I'm sitting in the car and it's going bleep, 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 bleep. I'm like, what the hell is this bleeping? And because it's his car, I'm like trying not to say anything. It's bleep, bleep, bleep. And eventually he looked at me and said, will you please put your seatbelt on? I was like, oh my God, it was me. So it felt that I was in the seat. So when you put weight on the seat, it knows there's a passenger. So it was bleeping because it detected there was a passenger. And I'm not even that big, right? I don't even know how it detected me on the seat, but it did.
There's this joke. I can tell you this joke. Oh, go on.
Go on, sorry.
Oh, no, I was going to tell you this joke. There's this joke that, CCTV cameras, and they sent somebody a fine in the mail, a driver in the mail. And he said, oh, I don't know what this is for, that, they don't know what they're talking about. So he went by again and drove by, and again, he got another ticket. And so finally, he said, why are you guys doing this to me? And he's putting up his hands and everything. And it could see that he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. So it's like, he thought it was because he was speeding. So every time he slowed down, he would still get a fine. Then he would speed up, but he'd still get a fine. And so then eventually he read the ticket and said, because you weren't wearing a seatbelt. So somebody was always there. It was like...
Yeah, it's okay, Scott. I'm allowed to touch it because I'm a woman. But I tell you something I used to avoid, Scott. When I would take the kids to school in the mornings, I would never drop them off at the front of the school. They used to hate it because I would tell them, after school, you have to meet me right out the back near the oval because there's no women drivers out there. And then in the mornings, you got to walk all the way across that oval because I don't want to be around all the women drivers.
Debbie Joe says her car detected her friend's birthday cake in the passenger seat.
Oh my God, that's so funny. Well, there you go. If it can detect a birthday cake, it's gonna detect my little butt. But it was funny because I didn't realize what the beeping was, and I was thinking he had done something over his side.
Yeah.
I'm like tapping the dash, hello, beeping here, and it was me the whole time.
Oh, and I love using the seat warmers. They're like little back massagers.
All right, so are we ready to see if we're gonna get thrown off the bloody stream? I won't monetize this, by the way. I don't think I did click monetization. What do you reckon, chat? We're ready to give this a shot. You want to watch the 2020 thing and see how we go?
I think. Okay, I'm putting my vote in for no. We can talk about it. Yes, we can talk about it, but no, don't put it on the screen.
All right, chat. Type 1 if you want to watch it, because I'm willing to. I'm happy to take the chance, or 2 if you don't.
I'm afraid they're going to strike her for it. And like we said, we've
got
seen
3 strikes, Shari. 3 strikes, Lobby, and it's not monetized.
Yeah, but Legal Vices got taken off.
Oh, monetization is off, has been since we started. So
yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine to talk about it. Everybody's saying they've seen it.
2 seen it, 2 seen it, 2 seen it. Can't listen to it again. All right, coolies.
Don't
No,
show it. I think you see, your community loves you, and it's not worth it. We know it's no matter what, from the clips that I saw, because I didn't see it either, the full bit.
Oh, it
But
was
I
such
just
a
thought
deflation. It was a deflation.
it was crazy, because the trailer, the one that I saw, showed her pulling up her sleeves or something, and said, "Oh, I just got this back from the tailor. My mom doesn't like long sleeves," and I think, well, yeah, putting that in just made her seem like privileged, right?
Yeah.
So, and there's a new thing since COVID, which we're probably not supposed to mention, but this new idea that people started, even, how you get shopping bags and it says the name of the shop, they'll actually change the shopping bag so people don't know it's from a popular shop, right?
Oh,
Yeah, because it may so the days of making yourself seem better, that's
yeah.
not the society we're in now. We're in a society
No,
that,
no.
yeah,
Yeah,
makes
I get
sense.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So saying I went to the tailor, well, that might have made some people think, oh, privileged, right?
Right. And if she didn't go to the tailor and look her best, they'd all been going, "Oh, she's got all that money and she's too tight to dress proper."
You can't win, right?
You can't win. If you're a woman, you can't win.
What I'm more
I
interested
don't
in
think
seeing,
it's such for women either. What
yeah,
was Microdot's last video? Everyone's saying to show that. Good
came out
cops and
during this time.
corruption, and then turns dark. Microdot's. Oh, his interview with the cops. Yeah.
Can you play microdots? Because he doesn't mind.
Yeah, well, I'm not monetized. That's the only thing I wouldn't do is monetize one of his. But he'll be fine with me paying. He'll be fine. Let me get it up on the screen for you. He thanks me when I show my audience his stuff. So
Oh, there you go. See, that's perfect. You've segued into something that won't cause a problem.
well, he was doing all his little sneak peeks and stuff on X, and not a
Mhm.
lot of my viewers are on X, and so I was taking his little sneak peeks from X and plugging them onto YouTube because he wouldn't.
Yeah.
Then he ended up with like my 15,000 subs, and he was like, "Holy Hannah, thank you for that."
Yeah, excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You do that. I'm just gonna top. I can't believe I'm drinking more coffee, and it's 11. What is it? 11. What is it? It's almost. What's the time in England? 23:30.
Yeah.
11:30. There.
Drink more coffee, Karen.
Yeah, I know. I never sleep.
I would really like my son to go to the store and get some sugar. That would be so nice. And then I could have a coffee too. Anyway, let's hit the play button. I'm going to have to mute myself because it gets a little bit echoey when both are going. So I shall mute and I shall pause it and say something when there's something to say. So here we go, everybody.
Corruption is very powerful, and it can happen very quickly.
He calls me, tells me to watch, and I go, holy shit.
Yeah, this is dirty. This is dirty. A dead cop in a front yard. That would be front page news. Absolutely, 100%. There'd be 1,000 people at that scene.
We worked so hard to maintain the public trust.
Brian Albert says he didn't wake up,
Is a lie.
and you're going to get caught.
Yeah.
I said they're dirty cops. So when you have a entire police department and there's 20 people, guess what? If most of them are dirty, you're going to be dirty too.
Yep.
Everything is cameras.
Everything's tracked.
Everywhere.
Everything's tracked.
If people are inside and they're not answering, that's going to look suspicious. Hey, dude, you're a cop. You got a dead cop in your front yard. Do you know that? My name is Brian. I'm 53. I worked for Metro Police here in Las Vegas for 22 years. I did a couple different assignments, but the bulk of my career was spent in patrol. I love patrol. I'm a road dog. I like being out on the street. I like being the first one there. To me, patrol is like doing God's work, and you get all the excitement.
My name is Luciano Gonzalez. I joined the department when I was 34, a little bit long in the tooth. Moved down here, decided to join the best department in the nation, which is Metro, because of the training and just the experiences that we have. I enjoyed my job. I really enjoyed my job. It wasn't that we're going to save everybody, but we just need to save somebody. Or help somebody.
Help somebody every day. If we can make a difference, a little bit of a difference every night, that to me, that was a win. We're basically together all night.
Yeah.
Most nights for years.
Yeah.
And we had a ton of fun.
Ton of fun.
We had
the area that we worked in, you could hunt or you could take it easy. So hunting, meaning go after guns and drugs. And that would be Dean Martin Corridor. And that's where all the prostitutes and all the pimps hung out. If we wanted to have a good night and have fun, we'd go down there. If we wanted to have a chill night, we'd go to our area, our sector beats, which is more residential.
I would go and hunt crackheads or tweakers if I wanted to. And then 10 minutes later, I get a call to Spanish Hills, and I'm at, Randall Cunningham's house.
Yeah.
Or like I've been to Roseanne Barr's house. I've been to Nicolas Cage. Been to his house. I've been to Floyd Mayweather's house a bunch of times. I've been to Randall Cunningham's house, Jenna Jameson's house. I've been to Vince Neil's house like 3-4 times. Where else would you get that? But we don't have the corruption back east like out here.
No.
It couldn't happen. It can't, because the way Metro's run, it couldn't happen. Even in our smaller units like Dope,
Narcs,
Narcs and Vice, they're small units, 5-8 guys. But to do something like with a Karen Reed, it's not going to happen.
It's an individual crime is what happened.
Yeah,
it's an individual crime.
Yeah, it's a dead cop in a front yard. That would be front page news. Absolutely, 100%. There'd be 1,000 people at that scene. No one would be able to cover up anything.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yep.
It ain't gonna happen.
It wouldn't happen.
So you think the corruption has a lot to do with the size of the department?
And that's just it.
Exactly.
For us, our department, we have 3,000 police officers, right? Then we have NHP, and then we have the COs. For us, for that to happen here, it can't happen because we're just such a big department, and everybody's always moving to different sector beats, different area commands.
They're not so much corrupt; they're just doing something stupid, like taking cash from people and using their Metro gas card to pump people gas. Like we've actually had a guy do that. He got fired.
Yeah.
Like how dumb do you have to be? You throw away an entire career for $20 cash for some gas, and you're going to get caught.
Yeah.
Here in Vegas, everything is cameras.
Everything's tracked
everywhere.
Everything's tracked
everywhere. Especially when you come down the strip, you're not getting 5 feet without being on film. And they have all the facial recognition, so they recognize you. They'll see who you are before you even come in the building. But there's some stupid cops. But the big corruption stuff, no, it ain't gonna happen.
It's the size and the longevity of what you're dealing with that officers get away with certain things and they talk about it, and the other officer wants to try it, and they all kind of, now they're involved. Yeah. Now they're in it to win it, right? So they can't do anything besides keep going forward and keep doing the corruption.
And they see the movies like Training Day, and some people think, like my wife, when she watched it, she's like, does that really happen? No, it's a movie. People have to remember.
Well, remember
Rampart, right?
Rampart.
So it does.
Sorry, I'm a bit slow off the mark. I did want to interrupt and say I put an invitation out for these guys to come on our channel and do a live stream. And man, have I got a list of questions for them. Like, I've listened to what they're saying on other channels, and they haven't addressed like this whole list of questions that I've got. And it's not because they're not interested. It's just because I don't think anyone's thinking that deep into the whole like I do. So, yeah, I did reach out to them yesterday and ask them if they would come on the channel. But my list of questions would be more like I would want to show them the solid cups and then just go, all right, how would you deal with the blood, and what were you going to do with the blood, and what does the blood prove to you, and why would you collect it? Those sort of questions. And then, onto the bag. Would you put those solo cups in that bag, or would you put any blood samples in that bag? And then having the bag right beside the bumper of the car, is that something you would do? And if not, would you consider that to be a way to contaminate the evidence, and how would you consider that to be that sort of thing? So that's what I want to get real deep with them. But I'm not sure that they want to, but that's what I would like to do.
Yeah, and I think the defense pointed out that in the trial that, the shot bag was left open.
Right at the
sitting
bumper.
beside the vehicle.
And then voila, somehow John's DNA's on the car. Like, hello, how did that happen? I wonder. But anyway, I would like to deep dive just like the intricacies of why you wouldn't do that, and why you would do it that way, another way, and why you have those policies in place. And I would get really deep into that.
Judy Ron has he has Ed Wallace on, and he's an expert investigator, and he goes through all that detail. So you might want to check out that. He does go through all the detail of how to collect evidence and why you do it, because he goes around training officers as well.
I'm not sure Judy Ron would be happy with you advertising him on my channel specifically.
No, he's good. He doesn't mind people using his clips and stuff. He's really good that way. I don't have
any issues with him, but I did have an issue. Like, I used to subscribe to his channel, but he took the approach that people who hadn't even been to court yet were guilty because he said they were. And I said, no, where I come from, it's innocent until proven guilty. And we got into this.
I don't know. I'd have to see that. But
right, I'm just saying, I don't know that he'd be happy that you're over here on my channel talking about him.
No. He's really good. He goes through a lot of the evidence and points out where they made mistakes and stuff. So but anyway, let's move on from that then.
Coolies. I'll press the play button. But I just want to let the audience know I have invited these guys to come on and have a yak with us, whether they do or not. I know they're real busy. They've got a bunch of streams that they're putting out like this week. So we will eventually get there, but hopefully they will come and talk with us about some of the deep diving stuff that I would like to hear from their perspective.
But it's just so rare. But I noticed on the East Coast, because I'm from Philly, when I was trying to be a cop back there, I noticed there's so many little counties, and there's 30 different police departments in 10 square miles, and they don't communicate with each other. They don't talk to each other. So when you have a entire police department and there's 20 people, guess what? If most of them are dirty, you're going to be dirty too.
Yep, eventually.
So that's what I think with the Proctor and all them in Canton. It's a small, like you said, it's real small. There's only so many cops. If half of them are dirty, or even just a couple are dirty, everybody all of a sudden is dirty. Corruption is very powerful, and it can happen very quickly. And you really have to be on guard because as a cop, you can really get away with stuff.
So how did you guys first find out about the Karen Reed case?
Good, Brian. I found out from my wife. We were hanging out, and she's like, "Hey," I said, "What are you watching?" Because, like I said, she watches a lot of court TV, and she's like, "I'm watching this fascinating case about Karen Reed and these cops." And she goes, "I think they're dirty." She goes, "Can I tell you some stuff about it?" And I said, "Sure." So she told me about 10 minutes worth of stuff after she had already watched Proctor, Paul, Higgins. So my wife knows everything about this case inside and out. So she tells me some things, and I'm like, that ain't right.
Right.
That ain't right. That ain't right at all. I said, so after 10 minutes, I said, "Those are dirty cops."
He calls me, tells me to watch, and I go, "Holy shit."
Yeah. I said, "They're dirty cops, honey. That's all. They're dirty cops. Let it go."
You knew right away.
And then she says, "You need to do a video on this because these are dirty cops." So I was like, okay. And she's like, my wife's like, what's your biggest video, highest watched video? And it was a bad sergeant, bad lieutenant. It wasn't court. It was a deposition. But she's like, that's your highest one. Why don't you do this and see how it goes? And I said, you know what? You're right. Because they're dirty cops and we do cops. I said, okay. And I mentioned it to him, mentioned it to Steve. We filmed it. And then it just blew up.
He prefers to be called Producer Steve.
Producer Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For me, it was the text messages that he was exchanging with his boys.
So bad, right?
Listen, when we have an officer-involved fatality, that's the last thing that's going to happen. I mean, the amount of resources that's going to be deployed through that scene, there isn't going to be no text messages. Yeah, she's going to take the rap and all that explicit stuff that he was saying. From when I heard that, I go, this guy is 100% on the wrong side.
Yeah. And then when I found out that both of the guys got rid of their phones a day before the order came out on September 23rd that they were going to need their phones. Proctor calling Karen every name in the book, texting people, telling everybody about the case, not using the Canton PD interview rooms, not filming. We always film interviews. Every interview is filmed and recorded. They didn't do it for him. So all these things, and they said, oh, what was the damage to the body? She's like, well, there's no pictures, no CSI. And I'm like, wait a minute, stop. How was there no CSI? We would have 1,000 pictures of this guy. They moved the way, just everything she told me. I'm like, this is dirty. This is dirty.
Yeah.
So and I was like, you know what? We need to do this.
How would the investigation have been different if you guys had rolled up to the scene?
So basically, if him and I were working patrol, right, and we got a call, hey, they would say there's a 419, which means a dead body here in Vegas. There's a 419 at this address. Show us en route. So we would go. When we get there, first thing we would do is get everybody away from the body.
Separate each other.
Separate every witness. Get everybody separated because that way they can't talk. Crime scene tape. We would tape off probably more than a half of a football. We would actually close down the whole street. If there's a dead person in the driveway, we would probably close both ends of the street. So no cars. This way, when arriving traffic, all the units coming, because everybody in the world's coming, plenty of room for everybody to park, right? You got to think about the command, we call it a CP, command post. So a command post is going to be set up.
Ingress and egress for medical vehicles.
Yeah. Have medical come in, get his name, where he worked, find out family members who was there. Brian Albert says he didn't wake up.
Is a lie.
That's a lie.
Because you know what? I'd be knocking on that door over and over and over. Hey, dude, you're a cop. You got a dead cop in your front yard. Do you know that? So the fact that he says he never even came outside to investigate what was going on, a normal person would come out and see what's going on.
You got the nosy neighbors, man. They people walk down the street, they're looking out the window.
So we would get the scene tight. Then we would start breaking down, and the detectives would show up. They would start pulling people into their cars and interview them in the car, recorded. CSI would come out. They would take 1 million pictures. Everything would be done. Nobody would even touch John O'Keefe's body.
Now, if they scooped and swooped, right, like the medical people did, we would annotate exactly where the head is, where the center mass is, and which direction it was laying.
Yeah, we would take pictures before they left. Even if it's with your phone, and you got to take some pictures.
We'd cone it. We'd cone it out. We call it cone it out.
Yep.
So we'd cone it out. So whoever comes to investigate knows exactly where and how far the body was.
Right.
There ain't no guessing. Well, I think he was here. No.
Right.
We would know to the inch of where his head was.
Yep. And everybody would start getting interviewed, and they would be out there for probably 15 to 20 hours.
Yeah.
That long.
Minimum.
Yeah. And there would be pictures. They would get the blood. They would go through the scene. They would slowly let get the snow melting and do what they need to do. They would look at the car. They would impound the car. And then our CSI would test the vehicle because they're saying, hey, she hit him, rear-ended him, right, and it hit his head. They would test that and see, like, how much damage can a head take and how much does it take to break the tailpipe or the taillights. So
just like Tall, Dark, and Handsome did.
Yeah. we would do all of that. I mean, that would be a typical scene here in Las Vegas.
Especially with the officer involved.
If it's an officer, you're going to double everything almost.
In your department, who would handle all of the forensic testing?
Testing would be, everybody has their own isolated job. CSI does nothing else but pictures, blood, gather all the evidence. That's all CSI does.
Mhm.
It's not like the TV show where they're interviewing people and kicking doors. That'll never happen in a million years. If the show showed them what there really was, there wouldn't be no show because it's so boring.
Yeah, we have a detail that strictly deals with pedestrian accidents.
Mhm.
And when there's a fatality, they roll out they take the scene.
Yep.
And they take the vehicle, and those are the people that, if they can't do it themselves, they will hire a specialist, an expert, to come out and try to reconstruct what happened.
Yeah.
Did you hear the testimony from the ARCA experts?
Well, we're doing Dr. Wolf, right?
He's dreamy.
Dreamy. Dr. Wolf. So I haven't seen the ARCA guys, but I do remember seeing part of Dr. Wolf saying he did not die from a car. That did not happen.
After I watched his video, I think my IQ went up like 100 points.
I know, very impressive.
Right?
But I don't, just from what I saw, I wouldn't say that the taillight, he did not die from getting.
Yeah.
He did not get hit by that car. He might have gotten hit, but it didn't.
Going 26 miles an hour.
It didn't kill him.
It doesn't happen. You have to run over his head for him to die.
Yeah, he only had trauma to the head. So that means
John's head was pulverized.
that you have a dead cop in the front yard of another cop.
Right.
That door is getting knocked on until he answers.
Mhm.
If people are inside and they're not answering, that's going to look suspicious. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's going to look suspicious. So then if nobody ever comes out, they will wait, because we're going to be at that scene all day.
Right.
All day, 10, 12, 15, 20 hours, right? Because not only is fatal coming out, homicide's coming out,
Mhm.
right? Homicide details coming out, and those guys are good. They don't miss anything. Our homicide team solves like what, 92%, 93% of homicides here in Vegas. Our homicide is awesome. They're coming out. They're going to want to interview everybody,
Mhm.
everybody, including in the house.
Even Chloe.
But to get into the house, there's not a big reason to get into the house, but
Only if there's a blood trail.
a blood trail or a drag trail.
Right. Right.
Dragging the body, right? Or carrying, and they're 2 sets of footprints, different shoes, carrying the body out the backyard. That's the stuff. They're going to look for all that stuff. I don't know, we are.
Right.
So we're going to eventually find, where do these footprints lead to?
The basement.
The basement of this house.
Yeah.
Now we're building probable cause.
Mhm.
Now we're starting to build that, you know what? Whoever comes out of that door, as soon as that door opens, grab them. We step inside and we do what's called a premise freeze.
Yep.
The house is now, everybody out of the house.
It's ours.
It's our house now until the detectives get there with a warrant to go through it. So they could have done that. But as the suspicion builds, your probable cause will slowly build.
Okay.
But there's no way that a cop inside the house who says he didn't hear all that, and when people say we were in that house partying, there's no way he's not getting interviewed by homicide here. No way. He's absolutely getting interviewed. Everybody in that house would have been interviewed.
You can ask for consent to go into the house,
Yeah.
right? And if they agree, they let you in. Then you can just visualize what you can see as far as evidence is concerned. But up until you have enough probable cause to go into it, there's no reason to go into it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he's safe in the house until probable cause is built enough for a search warrant.
Yeah.
I see.
Unfortunately, that's the way it goes.
How does it make you feel seeing all this corruption happen?
Listen, we work so hard to maintain the public trust.
Yeah.
Really hard. And when something like this happens, it doesn't matter what agency it is. It affects nationwide. It takes us back years.
Yeah.
And public trust is the hardest thing to gain, especially when all we do is respond to bad situations.
Yeah.
We're taking people's rights. What is that you say?
We
Cost
take
them
away.
money.
We cost them money. We cost them time, and we could take their life.
Yeah. So it's nothing good when we show up. So when I see something like that happen, I worry about my fellow officers that are still on the job. What kind of repercussions is this going to have to them? Now, unfortunately, for Proctor, he's done.
Right.
He is completely done as far as any career that he has, especially with social media these days. Now, if this happened 15, 20 years ago, you go to a next door agency and get the job that you had right before.
Correct.
But now with social media, it's you're almost hanging yourself.
Every one of those guys' career is over.
Yeah. Yeah.
In law enforcement. Every one of them is done.
Yep.
It's not it. Even if they'll never admit it, and we know the truth. You know what I mean? It's not rocket science.
No, it's not.
Every one of those guys, they're lying.
Don't be saying rocket science to Paul.
To Paul. They're lying on the stand. They're lying under oath.
Yeah.
You know, everybody knows they're covering up, man. I mean, with all the evidence that we've got, it's, I mean, come on, it's plain as day. So none of those guys are going to work in law enforcement ever again. And how do I feel about it? It pisses me off because you try to go your whole career doing the right thing. And, you know, even if you get in trouble or your buddy gets in trouble,
Fall on the sword, dude.
Fall on the sword. That's what we always say. Here at Metro, if you get caught lying during an investigation, it's an automatic termination.
Yep.
You're fired, gone, because they don't like liars. So here in Vegas, all the cops, man, we tell the truth. We tell the truth because
He might be my best friend, but if my job's on the line, sorry, pal.
Yeah. And I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't expect him to lie to cover for me and risk his career and his freedom because I messed up. So I'm going to take the bullet. I'm going to take the heat and I'm going to take the rap. And I'm going to say, you know what? He had nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It doesn't stop there. All the cases that he was involved in are going to be persecuted, right?
Yep.
From the very beginning. So that department might be facing some big time lawsuits if some more dirt is uncovered.
Big backlash too,
Yep.
boy.
And the thing is too is you might have a few officers on that department that are good guys, right? But knew of the antics that was going on. That's a heavy burden that they have to carry. Right. So however their internal investigation comes across to them and say, hey, you knew this and you didn't say anything, they could be terminated too. Because we have what's called failure to intervene.
Failure to intervene. Yep.
How does that work?
Meaning if me and him are working and I'm beating sparks off of somebody and I'm like basically almost beating this guy to death. And if he doesn't stop me, he'll get fired too.
Is that national?
It is now.
Is it now?
It is now, yeah.
It started here
years ago.
Like 2013, maybe 15. It started here about 10 years ago, give or take. Because at first we were like, duty to intervene. Like, you know, when it first comes out, you're like, I'm not telling a senior officer what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he's beating sparks, maybe there's a reason he is. But then you learn quickly, like you got to step in. And I actually.
So I'll just pause it for a bit. Is there anything you want to say, Karen? Or are you AFK? Is there anything y'all wanted to ask or say? I would like Scott McGuinness to come up and tell us about his experience in that department.
Yeah, I did a video on why wasn't there probable cause to go in the property. And it was quite interesting because I just got a comment from a police officer, a retired police officer in England. And he said, absolutely, because that's not the way it would be done in England. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Like in Australia, if cop knocks on your door and you don't let them do whatever they're going to do,
yeah,
you know, you don't have those rights here. You guys at least have a human rights or.
Well, they just have to have a reasonable suspicion that there could be
a crime. Yeah.
Well, not even just a crime, but somebody could be hurt, right? So if they're concerned about life, right? If there's injury.
Yeah.
So that alone would have.
For those in America who don't know, Australia doesn't have a Bill of Rights. So cops can do whatever the hell they want. We've got nothing where we can go, oh, you broke a rule. Well, we don't have anything like that. But I think you do in England, don't you?
Well, we have human rights and stuff and yeah, constitutional rights, you know, it's the same. But I mean, that was one of my first concerns. And I think you put it up on the screen that if nobody from the house is coming out and there's no lights on in the house, and there is a dead body on the lawn, I'd be really concerned. Are the people, you know, safe, right? Inside the house, never mind.
Right, that should open up a whole different area of ability to enter because they're worried about the physical safety of other people.
Hills Bill says, Karen, you are wrong. UK coppers are corrupt like this. Well, I'm just saying we can only talk about the process of what should be done. And that's what these I think they're Las Vegas cops, right? They're talking about that, what the
Yeah.
process should be. And I mean, that's one way to lose a case in court, is that proper procedure wasn't done. And this is what shocks me, is why they even put this dodgy evidence into court, right?
Right. And then there's also, just to address what Hill's Bill says, there's bad cops everywhere, but they're not in the majority. They are in the minority. So I don't think all UK coppers are corrupt like this.
No. And I think the problem is you've got people that are accused of something. Obviously, they don't think they've done something. So they're, no matter what they think, right? They're going to think they were wrongly done, right?
Right. They're not all corrupt. Like the people who came out, I was telling Karen actually last time we were on a live and we got sort of interrupted about how my landlord was jumped in a road rage incident. He came home, he got beat up. They followed him in the driveway onto the property and beat him up. And had I not been home, I think they might have done a lot more serious damage. But when it all went to court, the police officers that we dealt with, they were very good. They were awesome guys. Like, I could tell the one who sat with us, like there was a lot of small talk waiting between hearings and stuff. And he was the main prosecuting officer for the DPP. And he was sitting with us to keep us safe because he felt that the other guy's family and stuff were not safe around us. So there was a lot of small talk, and he really cares about the community. He really cares what goes on. He really cares about his job. And I was really taken aback because, you know, I'd met other cops in this area and they're all very official. They don't get down on a personal level with you. They're just very, very, you know, answer the questions and then you move out the way and get out of their way. Even if you pay them a compliment, they're still very straight and don't want to answer you or whatever. But he was very open and personable, and I really liked him. And he was helpful in our case in that, you know, none of us knew had been to court like this before. None of us knew what to expect. So he's very informational on what the procedures were and what the judge was saying and why the judge was saying it. So yeah, I don't believe that all cops are bad. I've met quite a few nice ones, and he's one that I give the thumbs up to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he's a local dude. So
I think it's depending on your experience, and you know, and everybody takes their experience into decision making, don't they? So if your experience has been bad, then you will have that perception.
Absolutely. I didn't have a very pretty perception until recently. So because I did have some bad experiences. Well, you know, if every single time you have an experience, it's a bad one, it's hard to say, you know, there's some good cops out there. But that's kind of what happened. Like, all of my experiences were always with shitty cops. But once I met some nice cops, it was a game changer because I realized, well, there are cops out there who really do want to do the right thing and they're in it for the right reasons. So
yeah. And they recently, well, maybe not recently, but recently in terms of a few years, but their police in the UK are not allowed to make up stories to, you know, tell you that they have evidence that they don't have and things like that. So, you know, that's really good. Whereas they can do that in America, right? So
America seems to do a lot of things that I wouldn't give the thumbs up to, let's say it that way.
yeah.
And I agree with Sarah, like the Canton and MSP knew what they should and shouldn't have done, and they chose not to do anything. And I agree, it's nothing to do with experience. And that comes off the back of Scott's comment, I think, which was easiest way to describe. No, that's not the comment. I missed the comment. Scott was saying something similar, but along the same lines. Easiest way to describe what I did is to say I was a state marshal for most of my 32 years. Yeah, you mentioned something about meatballs crew, and I thought maybe you had some insight with that. Sat through hundreds of trials, know the court system inside out, know the DA system. Yeah, see, that's the bit we're interested in, the DA system.
Oh, so Scott McInnes was
he wasn't a cop. He says he was in administration, basically.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't a cop in the sense that you speak of. He had special position on the criminal justice end of things as a state marshal.
Oh, okay.
But he has some background knowledge of the, you know, the frat boys who hang out with Meatball.
Who's the one that did the reconstruction of Karen Reed's vehicle backing into John O'Keefe's car at John O'Keefe's
Crash Daddy, Dr. Wolf?
No, but I mean, I thought that was a McInnes.
Hang on, the dumb one, Paul.
No, not in the trial, but the one who did his own investigation.
Oh, Turtle Boy.
No, I can't remember his name, but yes, I thought his last name was McGinnis, so I wondered if it was the same.
Oh no, did you do that sort of experiment, Scott? I don't recall. I know Turtle Boy did a lot of experiments.
Oh, that's McDowell. Yes, that's right. Sorry.
McDonough.
Sorry.
McDonough. Yes,
Yeah.
he did a lot of experiments too. Yes,
yeah,
you're right.
experiments were good. And
Yes. Everyone's trying to guess. So we've got Trooper Paul, Levin, Turtle Boy. But yeah, it was.
You have to guess when I'm saying things because I can't remember.
That's right. They're used to it with me. It really jumps out of my head, and I just wait for a couple of minutes for them to catch up, and they will get it for me.
Yeah. Great job.
We'll go back and finish this.
Did have a guy step in when I was dumping on the dude and grab me and he goes, whoa, nice job, buddy. He goes, go take a break. We got this. And I didn't realize, I was like a 1-year cop. And I didn't even realize, but the guy was hitting, he was unconscious.
What happened?
We had a big pursuit. He caused a lot of damage, hurt a lot of people. I was a new cop, so did I take it personal? Yeah. And he punched me.
Well, the thing is, too, I mean, listen, that department's old school. It really is. For us, the old guys retired. But when I got on, and my very first foot pursuit when I was a rookie, you know, I ended up catching the guy. My sergeant comes up to me and goes, "Why is he not going to the hospital?"
Aussie,
out of breath. He's okay though. He goes, "Gonzo, nobody that runs with us does not go to the hospital. If they run, they're going to the hospital." But that dynamic has changed dramatically to where it's a kinder, gentler department, and that's fine. Yeah. Because you know, ultimately, we have the power to take somebody's life, and that's the last thing we want to do.
Yeah.
Right.
Take their freedom.
Yeah.
You take their freedom. You take someone's freedom. That's a big deal.
It really is.
You know, not that we ran around just beating people up. Metro had a really good reputation of, look, man, we don't play games. Okay, we ask you, we tell you, we make you.
Yeah. And
it's going to be very violent, but that's how you stay safe.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this quick story.
Please.
When the tasers came out in the Latin community, they were known as lasers, not tasers, because they couldn't say the tasers. They said, "Don't run! They're going to shoot you with the lasers."
At Northeast, they called it the chair.
What?
Yeah.
Chair.
Sorry about the echo, everybody. That was my bad. I was actually typing and didn't realize I hadn't hit the mute button. But hey, Scott, come up and tell us. Writing, it's a pain in the butt. I know that, but come up and tell us. We want to know about the frat boys. We know you know about the frat boys. Come tell us about the frat boys. Come on, man, please. Look, I tell you what I'll do. I'll paste it in here. Hang on, where's the invite link? Instead of just harassing you. I'll paste it in. If you pop up in the green room, you pop up in the green room. How's that sound? There you go. Come tell us all about it, buddy. Because I'm keen to know, you know, about the frat boys. You know, is this a common thing? Is it a lot of different places doing this, or is it just, meatballs, frat boys? It's all very interesting to me. What do you reckon, Karen? Oh, she must be AFK. Come on up, Scott. Or not, if you don't want to. But you'd be very welcome to. There's a lot of information there that I would love to hear. And especially what kind of job you were doing. Like, we don't have these like different categories, I guess, of troopers and police and cops and stuff that you guys have. So it's all very interesting.
He might have been like an oversight or,
I don't know. I'm keen to find out, but come on up, Scott. Scott.
Maybe he can't talk about it.
He's typing it in there, but he'll tell me if there's stuff he can't say. I mean, I'm quite happy for him to say that, yeah, we can't answer that question. We can't go there. But he did say that it's difficult to communicate in this format. And so I want to make it easier for him to communicate. But I don't know that. I'm pretty sure. Go on.
Oh, no, I was going to say what he can do to click the link. He can just type it in the Google search, and then that brings him straight into it. So if he can't, if he...
I gave him the link. It should take him straight there.
Yeah.
He'll be right. He might be trying to sign up or something. I don't know if it makes you sign up first or not.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sign into a free one. Or it's not free. Well, it's free. You just have to have your email and stuff like that in there.
Yeah. He was busy typing us a long message. Come on up, Scott. They're also a couple of seconds behind us. So he might not be hearing anything that I just said until now.
Oh, yeah.
There are co-op DAs in Massachusetts, including Worcester. So how you say it? Worcester. County DA early and his corrupt MSP detective group a rampant problem in Massachusetts, in the entire state. See, come on up, Scott. I got questions, man. Yeah, I was going to say I've seen him on Tom's streams before, so I don't think he's shy. So
okay.
I don't think he's too shy. It's just whether he has time, I guess. Wait, we can finish Microdot's vid. They just started talking about, funny stuff anyway. So come on up. Come and interrupt us, man.
You didn't want to interrupt your showing of the Microdots video.
Yeah. We've got a long time left on the Microdots video. I wasn't planning on showing the whole lot anyway.
Yeah.
Who's chill? Who's not chilling out? What's going on? How do I link in? Here, I'll do it again for you.
Oh, now that's something I didn't realize, that these were Microdot people. I didn't realize these were the Microdot people.
No, they're not the person interviewing them is Microdots, and these are the LV cops from Las Vegas.
Oh, so the Microdots is interviewing the LV cops.
So you can occasionally you hear a voice asking them questions.
Oh,
that's Microdots, and you might not even recognize it because when he does videos, he uses a
English.
Yeah, he uses a bot basically. He uses a voice bot basically, so that it's an English sounding accent.
Yeah. I had someone on my channel leave a comment saying something about, oh, that was deceiving because the English comment makes it sound like it's official. And I thought that was not true, but that's because I'm used to the English accent.
Yeah. Can you see my links, Scott? Are my links viewable by anybody?
You can pin them. You can pin it.
Yeah. I just don't know if they can see it in there.
Yeah,
Some-
if you pin it, go to the 3 dots on the side on your comment. Oh, he
Yeah.
said he can see it. He can see it.
Hold on. All right, we're hanging on. We will put microdotties on hold for a second.
Woo woo. Excellent.
I would really like Sun to go to the store. Corey.
I order everything off the internet. I found it easier, and
Yeah,
I do go to the shop. Yeah, but I have certain things that I order, and it remembers what you order, so you just say, "Yeah, send me again," because things like sugar and stuff, or things that you don't normally buy all the time.
Yeah. I can't get deliveries out here. I live too far out of town. Shelley
Oh.
babes, we are going to play all the way to the end, I promise. All the way. Okay? I just want to stop for a minute and Scott's here. Look, he's here.
Yay.
Scotty. Thanks for that.
Hello.
Hello.
Russ?
Yeah, I was so busy in the chat trying to type my next comments that I didn't see the link.
I thought that might have been the case. All good. So start with what your position was with in Massachusetts.
Well, I mean, you'll hear these two gentlemen talk about it, correctional officers. I started off my career working in the prisons, but maybe 4 or 5 years into my career, I wanted to move on to bigger and better things.
Yeah.
So there's a very small specialized unit was attached to the Massachusetts Department of Correction called the Transportation Rendition Unit. In other states, my unit would be called State Marshal.
Yeah.
So for roughly 20 of my 32 years, I was a state marshal. We're given special state police commissions. We're fully trained, just like police. But we don't pull over people and write tickets. I'm busy bringing inmates from prisons to court for their next trial. I'm flying to California to pick up an inmate on a rendition and bring him back to Massachusetts.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
But also, when I was involved in that unit, because we have special state police commissions, we are also called in by, say, the Massachusetts State Police for like a riot situation or whatever. And we have all the resources and vehicles to bring massive groups of arrestees to wherever they need to go. So all my experience is vast, and it deals with courts and the criminal justice system. But when I wasn't a cop, as in what people would think of.
Yeah. When I was an officer with the correctional services, and they called us half police, half social worker, right?
Yes, that's a big part of being a correctional officer. If you're working within a prison, you're not only there for security and running the place, you're also kind of like a social worker in a way, because you have constant interaction with the detainees and inmates, and you have to know how to carry yourself, because when I was working inside the prisons, you don't have your gun and your pepper spray and your baton and your taser. Correction officers in state prison, they're unarmed. You and your partner are watching 88 inmates in a maximum security unit, and if you walk around being a jerk, you're not going to live very long.
Yeah, sure. The same. We weren't armed either, but I had the rights to like arrest people, like put in an arrest, like put an application for an arrest.
Correct. So when I was a state marshal, I needed the special state police commission to perform my duties. In other words, I would be called to a parole office somewhere in Massachusetts, and parole had just nabbed somebody for a parole violation, and if I didn't have that special state police commission, I couldn't serve warrants and have habeas corpus to bring somebody to court or perform extraditions from out of state.
Yeah, and that's the
But-
thing, isn't it? We learn that training gives us what should be done. So it's like a process, isn't it? And we know what the processes should be. Doesn't mean we're the investigators doing it, right?
Yeah, and what really brought me into the fire of the Free Karen Reed movement was when Turtle Boy's first story dropped, and I saw and heard what was going on. It was one of those things where I immediately jumped up and said, "Oh my God, here we go again, more corruption!" Like that's what fired me up into this movement right from the beginning.
Right.
So
I think for
I've
me, yeah.
sat through many murder trials, several in that very courthouse in Dedham. If you went back and rolled the tapes on those trials, the person on trial for his second murder was already incarcerated. So I would be the person bringing them to court. I was always in plain clothes.
Yeah.
And a lot of judges in Massachusetts don't want the defendant to be in restraints or in like a prison uniform.
Right.
So the inmates get to put a suit on, and then we have to take the restraints off. So it doesn't taint the jury's opinion of the defendant. But I would be sitting right there with my partner. If it was a high escape risk inmate, there would be 4 of us there. We're all sitting in the audience or nearby the prisoner, but we're in plain clothes. You don't know who we are.
So that dude that jumped over the counter and attacked the judge, you'd have been on to him right away, right?
Oh, the flying squirrel dude that leaped over the judge's bench. Yeah, I was watching some of that.
I couldn't believe how much of the bench he cleared, like, because it's up high. So he didn't just like fly out over a counter. He actually went up. Like, I don't know how he did it, but yes, flying squirrel dude.
Did you guys?
Yeah, well, see, if you watch, I know, these true crimers here on the YouTube streets. I never watched any of this true crime or trials on YouTube because I was actually at them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's only after I retired several years ago that I started. It's actually only after the Karen Reed story broke, to be honest, that I even got into looking at true crime and watching trials on TV, because it's one of those like, oh, I used to do that. Like, I don't want to watch it, but it is interesting to see. And I look at other states or counties, jurisdictions, and you see how they treat, say, a prisoner or somebody that's in custody that's on trial. So some of these courts, the defendants in full restraints with their, prison jumper on. That doesn't happen in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, most judges, especially in Superior Court, they refuse to allow the prisoner to be restrained, and they let him put a suit and tie on, and they don't want the jury to know that he's even incarcerated, because the fact that he's incarcerated can't even be brought up to the jury.
Oh, that's interesting. Did you did you find it odd when when the verdict was coming out, or she was going to read their note, that there wasn't more police or guard presence? Because if she was going to be arrested, I would have thought.
Believe me, they weren't on camera, but there was court officers on the standby.
Oh, okay.
In Massachusetts, though, the court officers themselves, they're in the white shirt uniforms.
Right. Okay.
They are not armed.
Right.
But Karen Reed was not in custody either. So, in other words, if Karen Reed unfortunately couldn't have afforded her bail, she would be held as a county detainee at MCI Framingham State Prison in the awaiting trial unit, because Norfolk County doesn't have female beds in their county jail.
Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah.
So if Karen Reed was going to trial every day as a detainee, she would have been transported by my very unit that I used to work for. So they would have been there.
So what did you think about Judge Cannoni? Had you ever seen her court before?
Oh, I hate Beverly Cannoni. I've sat through many of her trials. I know what she is all about. I know her history, where she came from, how she became a judge.
Yeah.
Her last cop on a live trials, it took 2 of them, were a disaster. She's a horrible judge.
I thought the last trial that she had was a hung jury as well.
Well, the first trial, so it was Lopes was his name. He was the one accused of unaliving Officer Michael Chesna and a woman that lived in the neighborhood.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how familiar you are with that case.
No, I'm not familiar. No.
I heard the family's not happy with her over that case.
Well, see, Beverly Cannoni, I mean, I get political all the time. Don't want to get political on your channel either, but Beverly Cannoni is a dyed-in-the-wool, deep blue Democrat. She's actually a liberal activist judge.
Wow.
In most of her trials, she bends over backwards to afford the defendant every latitude possible because she used to be a public defender.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened here?
Well, in this case, she had to switch it up. She had to go 180 the other way because her mission here is to save DA Michael Morrissey.
Yeah, I wondered that.
DA Michael Morrissey from Quincy. So Beverly Cannoni's mother used to work with his mother, and there's all kinds of connections. Beverly used to be a public defender at Quincy District Court.
Mm-hmm.
Beverly has deep ties to Michael Morrissey, and Michael Morrissey he's been in office in Massachusetts in various capacities since 1977.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a state rep, a state senator. He's been the Norfolk County DA for roughly 15, 17 years. All of Beverly's juice comes from Morrissey. In order to get a robe and gavel in Massachusetts, you have to be politically connected.
Right.
Former Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick is the one that appointed her to judgeship via her juice and power through her connections to Michael Morrissey.
So can I just do a revision here? Have I got it right that she switched it up with this case because Michael Morrissey's riding her ass? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, when she was asked to recuse herself from this case last August, August of the year before.
I watched that, yeah.
Where Karen's defense team was bringing up evidence that she has connections to the McAlberts, and she has reasons to appear unbiased. You know what I mean? Bias in this case.
Yeah.
And there was a whole Turtle Boy string where one of the McCabe's said, well, we'll bury you under Auntie Bev's seaside cottage and all that stuff. I don't know if you guys are familiar with all that, how that went down.
Yep, yeah, we are familiar with all of that. Oh, I don't know if Karen is.
When she took a 15-minute recess, I imagine her calling Morrissey and saying, what do I do? And he's telling her, you're staying on this, Bev. You got to save my butt.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. With the motion to recuse herself, she took that. She didn't.
Yeah. So if you go back and watch all the pretrial motions, her refusal to recuse herself, the way she acted during the trial, if you look at it through my lens and the only reason Bev is acting this way is because she's desperately trying to save Michael Morrissey and his office.
Wow.
It has nothing to do with her doing justice as a judge.
All of her little breaks, like stopping the defense from talking and then running off and having her, like, we call it her beverage breaks, but that's her going back and ringing Michael Morrissey and going like, oh, this one's hard. What do I do?
Right. So I already hate Bev Cannoni, right? And then this trial starts, and then I see the way she's acting towards the defense, and I'm like, oh, I know why she's acting this way. She's trying to railroad this thing through to try to save DA Morrissey's reputation because she owes everything to DA Morrissey.
Yeah.
Yep.
We all have to say this is an opinion. This is not fact.
This is where she gets the nickname Karen. Bev.
Yeah, I state my opinions as fact. Yeah, no, it's my opinion.
Karen, you've heard everyone call her Auntie Bev, and that's where it comes from because one of the McAlberts sent that threat about we'll bury you to Turtle Boy about we'll bury you under Auntie Bev's cottage. So that's where the Auntie Bev comes from.
Oh, I wonder.
They call her. They call her.
I think Beverly Cannoni was actually shocked when that information came out in court, and then Eliza Little showing the chalk with the text.
Like, put that chalk away.
Yeah.
Happy about that.
But you
chalk.
know what? Even if Beverly Canoni is correct and she doesn't have connections with these people, just the appearance of the connections should have been enough to get her to recuse herself. I mean, there's plenty of other judges in the Norfolk Superior Court system that could have took over the case.
Yeah.
It almost seems like it seems like DA Morrissey told Bev, "I don't care, babe. You're saving my butt. You're staying on this one no matter what."
Yeah. Okay, so what's up Morrissey's ass? I mean, he must be friends with the McAlberts as well. Like this must be part of the frat, you know, the meatball frat boys. Is that right? That's
Oh,
why
of course. When I'm talking about the flaw in the system in Massachusetts, so every county district attorney handpicks their own state police detective troopers, and they become part of what's called the CPAC unit.
Yeah.
So if you look at DA Michael Morrissey's collection of SS troopers that he's managed to assemble, if you look into like Fanning, who used to be a Stoughton cop, you look into like Proctor, Buchanan, Tully, all these people had connections somehow, some way through Morrissey. So say Fanning's a Stoughton police officer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, and he knows somebody like that has political power, like DA Morrissey does.
Yeah.
Morrissey will say something to Fanning like, "Hey, you know, take the next state police exam, get on the Massachusetts State Police, get a couple years under your belt, and you know what? I'll bring you into my Norfolk County DA detective wing, and now you're one of my next henchmen."
Wow. Yeah.
No.
Connections. It's all who you know, isn't it?
So
But if you talk to the state police colonel, whoever it may be, and obviously Governor Maura Healey's in panic mode because she just put another one in there to make it look good.
Yeah.
But the colonel of the state police will say, "No, that's not true. The district attorneys don't get to pick and choose who the officers are that are promoted to detective and sent to your DA's office." But I know for a fact that's just smoke and mirrors. That's not what happens. And I was just commenting earlier in the chat, the Worcester County DA, Joe Early, his Mass State Police Detective Group is in big trouble as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
They were using body cams and recording apps on their phones to record suspects or witnesses.
Yeah.
And they've been withholding exculpatory evidence. And there's a judge in Fitchburg District Court that caught them doing this and brought it to the attention of the feds and the DOJ.
Ooh.
So now there's civil cases for these state trooper detectives in Worcester County for violating civil rights.
Right.
And a lot of these counties in Massachusetts, the DAs have managed to assemble their own little gangs. It's almost like different mafia heads.
So what we're saying is that the Alberts themselves are part of Meatball's frat party, right?
Well, it's so incestuous. I mean, they all know each other. All these cops, they grew up in town. If you're a townie in Canton and you look at who the police officers are in Canton, it's multi-generational. And if you're in on the townie group, you know, oh, my son, I'm going to make him, he's going to get to be a cop because I'm friends with everybody on the select board. The select board is the one who chooses who the police are. They choose who the chief is.
Right.
That's why Canton's so afraid of this police audit, because they've been fighting it for a year now.
It's Meatball who wanted it in front of Bev, right? That's Meatball who would have organised that. And so what we've got is questions about that. The initial charges against Karen would not have been in front of Bev, right?
Well, when Karen Reed was first arrested, she was only charged with the manslaughter and the lowers.
Yeah.
But Karen Reed refused to plead out. And so what DA Morrissey did was he quickly assembled Karen kangaroo court grand jury, and all these McAlberts and all the dirty cops came in and lied against her, and then he increased the charge to second degree.
Yeah.
Was there
That's
any
why she was arrested the second time.
Because she didn't plead out. I always knew that that was the case. They upped the charges because they wanted to scare her to get her to plea so that they didn't have to do all of this. And now they're caught with their fingers in the pie because they didn't have the evidence to back up the bigger charges that they charged her with.
Right. So I think DA Morrissey figures, all right, if I assemble this quick grand jury and get her indicted on the much more serious charge of second degree, she'll cave in.
Yeah.
Was there any truth to Morrissey saying, because I heard this, but I didn't see it, that there was a video cam of Karen Reed's car hitting John O'Keefe? Was that originally what was said?
Well, you have to understand the way somebody like DA Morrissey works. He's a legacy politician. He knows how to manipulate and control the mainstream media, which is basically propagandists for the government anyways. Again, my opinion.
Yeah,
but anyways, he put that out there to scare Karen Reed and David Yannetti.
Yeah.
David Yannetti, when he first became Karen Reed's defense attorney, for the first few moments or days, he believed that crap, that there was a video of her hitting him.
Yeah.
So if you look at Yannetti's very first actions, he was being very protective and covering that. And then he learned later on pretty quick that this was all a frame job.
Yeah, because I get a lot of people on not a lot, but a few people saying, well, why did Karen Reed want to plead or something the first time? And I thought, well, I've never seen it. I've never seen that.
Well, the fact that the news put that out there, that there was going to be a forthcoming video of the incident, it just shows you how much dyed-in-the-wool legacy Democrat like Michael Morrissey has control over the media. The media just does his bidding.
That he said, we've got video. So they went, yeah, they got video. But guess what? They don't got video. So it was just a lie.
Well, if the police had done their job, they would have had videos from the assistant Canton police chief across the street. They would have had videos from the neighborhood. They would have had the Canton Library video that shows Karen Reed's car driving by with her taillight intact.
Yeah.
Instead of investigating the actual crime, all these cops did was scramble around trying to cover for the McAlberts and try to frame Karen Reed.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We all get that loud and clear. I really was just more curious about, what the stuff was going on behind the scenes between Bev and Morrissey and why and how, and you put all of those pieces together for me. Like I did understand that there's a lot of politics going on, but not quite to this degree. So, and I do hear Federer talk about it sometimes. Like he was saying that I think New York, where he is, he mentions is it Hines or someone like that? He talks about that. I don't know what that guy's position was, something like Morrissey's, I think, DA or something, and how corrupt he was and how he went down and so on and so forth. So I kind of guessed it was going to be, sounding a lot like that it was just going to be like just gangs of people in authority, gangs. Just how the
I guess what explains my fervor in this movement is, like I said earlier, I knew right away from the very beginning what was going on here. In my experience and what I know of the court system, the criminal justice system, the DAs, their state police. As soon as I heard the first story from Turtle Boy, I'm like, here I go, let's go, because we got to stop these people. They're out of control.
All right, we got a question from the audience, and now I'm like scratching my head because I put out a video yesterday, accidentally said Higgy's white Jeep, and then Brazilian girl corrected me and said, no, his Jeep's grey. And I was like, well, I was actually going to say silver, but I didn't. For some reason, my brain flipped out and I recorded white. But what color is Higgy's Jeep?
I thought it was white. Higgins.
Yeah, they said it was white in the trial. Yeah, and to get back to the Jeep being inserted in the trial that late on, where the
Yeah.
Jeep was no part of this trial at all, I believe that's part of the federal TUI information. I believe the FBI and the DOJ have information that his Jeep was there, and they were trying to hide that fact. So the fact that the Jeep came up so late in the trial, being parked in front of the mailbox, I think that was just, they were just running cover for the federal information that was inserted in the TUI.
Is it possible that Higgy's Jeep wasn't there and Jen's Jeep was there with perhaps Ali driving it? Is that possible?
These these people's stories have become so convoluted,
I know.
where they're trying to like
It's
fix
okay,
everything because of the federal TUI information that was inserted into the trial. They're like, oh, we
Well,
have to add this to the story. You know, it's crazy.
But I thought
That's
he said he drove there and he got there before they did from leaving the bar, and he plowed their drive, which I didn't think there had been enough snow to do that. So I thought that
No,
was
there wasn't even that much snow at that point. I mean, if you look at the videos when Canton Police is there leaf blowing the scene,
yeah.
There's luckily maybe 2 inches. It might have drifted in certain situations, certain areas to maybe the height of 4 inches. That was part of the snow job of this whole lie of a case. They kept saying John O'Keefe was buried in a snowbank. There wasn't even that much snow yet. The bulk of the storm was 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
That's right.
You're talking at 12:30 in the morning where it just started barely snowing.
Exactly. But didn't he say that on the stand? Because Kim Robinson in the chat says Higgins didn't drive his Jeep. Yet in the whole testimony, he said he got there first, he plowed their drive, and then he decided not to, block people in. So he parked a certain place. And
I think the FBI has information, GPS or whatever. They know where Higgins was and where that Jeep was the whole time. It's just information that's further to forward. But I think what they were doing was trying to insert it into the trial, so all of a sudden the Jeep is there.
Yeah,
and that
and he had a lot. Sorry.
That explains why all the testimonies changed between what they reported to police in the police reports to what was being said on the stand, because the TUI happened in between. That's why it all changed, right?
Well, people have to remember, some of the people that were in the house weren't interviewed for months. They were trying to hide who was in the house.
Yeah.
Secondly, their initial police reports, right? And then there's the state grand jury where DA Morrissey upped her charges to second degree. So there's that testimony, which actually changed from the initial police report testimonies. And the friends and family meeting they had for the witness statements, nobody was ever recorded on tape at the police station. So even their interviews are bogus, if you ask me. And then they go into the state grand jury to pressure Karen Reed further and up her charges to second degree. And they lied in that grand jury. Meanwhile, the feds are chasing all these people. And they convene a secret federal grand jury and bring in all the McAlberts, all the cops. They all testified in the federal grand jury, which we're not privy to. But some of it was included in the TUI that was inserted into the trial. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If she gets convicted without any of that stuff coming out, I'm just going to be tearing my hair out. Like, seriously.
And then you get to the trial itself, and the testimony changes once again. So some of these people's stories have changed 4 times.
That's
right.
right.
Didn't Higgins say that he saw a tall, dark person coming in?
That's because Higgins is covering his butt because he signed a federal proffer.
Right.
And he's trying to just place Officer John O'Keefe in the house, but not saying it's John. It's just like, what's her name, saying she saw a black blob on the lawn.
Right.
Which was another latecomer new information thing, because if you have all these people leaving an after hours house party when allegedly Officer O'Keefe's body's laying in the front lawn, and it's not a very big lawn, I've been there. There's
Right.
no way these people are leaving the house and getting into their cars and driving away and not seeing his body out there. And it wasn't buried in a pile of snow. It wasn't even snowing that hard yet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because at that time they would, it was like they wouldn't have been like trying to walk on ice or anything, right? Like watch their steps or whatever.
No, I mean, it was cold and there was a big storm coming, but at 12:30, 1:30 in the morning, there wasn't that much snow on the ground yet at all. It was starting to get windy,
Yeah.
Lally's,
the darkness.
shows us that. Lally's own footage shows us that. The library footage, you can just see that it's a dusting of snow. It's not even enough for you to have got his bloody plow out for.
Well, even the video outside the waterfall as they close the waterfall around midnight and they're all heading back to Brian Albert's house.
Yeah.
You just see a very, very light dusting. So the snow had just started to stick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It wasn't where you're looking down. Because, when you're coming from Canada, we get a lot of bad snowstorms, like probably Boston. And when you're walking, you're watching where you're going because of dry ice and stuff like that, right? But that wouldn't have been the case, you're saying.
Well, especially if it's that cold, that light dusting, it's not greasy snow. It's not slippery. It's not, you know what I mean? It kind of just, you could get on your hands and knees and blow at it and blow it off and have dry pavement underneath. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And what did you think? Because did you see the court TV where I can't remember his name, but is it Yellow Cottage? I can't remember, but they were saying something like,
yeah. Kevin Lenahan, aka Plevin.
Oh my God, sorry. Yeah, we won't be negative, but he was trying to say that there's no way that the plow driver, his lights could have seen what was on the side. And I thought, when I'm driving down the road, I can see what's on the side of people's lawns or in the front, right? So,
well, that was Plevin basically shooting back at a Microdots video that Microdots posted, where it shows the Jeep starting up and the plow lights coming on and how it illuminates the whole front yard where the flagpole area is.
Yeah.
Karen, without being negative, look, let me just tell you, okay? Kevin is also the guy who says that if John was holding a Nico pen in his hand and got hit by a car, that Nico pen would travel the same distance and the same velocity as his body. All right. So don't listen to Plevin. I mean, Kevin.
No, I don't, but I thought it was outrageous because I thought, well, I know I live in Britain now. Our lights do have on the side, our headlights do show the side as well. So.
They're just trying to deny the fact that if Officer O'Keefe was on the lawn, somebody was going to see him. They're just obfuscating and confused. You know what I mean? Like, come on, these people didn't leave this house party and not see him there. There's no way.
Yeah. So my theory was
and actually they're telling the truth because he wasn't out there yet. He wasn't out there.
They didn't put him out there yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. He wasn't out there because he was in the basement or wherever,
Yeah.
Wherever he was, lucky the snowplow driver drives by and he's not there at 2:30ish. He wasn't out there yet.
Yeah.
Let's iron this out for everybody who's still asking. Brazilian girl and everyone's still asking. Higgy said his Jeep is grey. Everybody else said his Jeep was white. Jen McKay.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what color it is. It could be a very light gray. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought silver because I was looking at what their stock standard colors are, and you can get it in silver, white, or black and standard colors. But
what's interesting in Massachusetts, the vehicle registrations, you have to put your vehicle color down. Mm-hmm. They don't recognize silver as a color. So if you have a silver vehicle, your registration will say gray.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the same here in Australia. Mine says, I'm pretty sure mine says grey, even though it's silver. But yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Mine's a bluey grey.
In the
video of a
appear white to everybody, right?
Well, one of the theories when you talk about Brian Higgins and his Jeep and the plow, like everybody likes to come up with their theories or whatever. But one theory was they put his body in one of the cars in the garage, like went through like the breezeway into the garage, put him in the car.
Right.
Yeah.
And then backed it out of the garage and then pulled it in front of the house and then pulled him out of the car and onto the lawn.
Right. Yeah.
They're all flat, so
They were saying that Higgins back plowed the driveway to cover the tracks and footprints.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I can
there's,
see
there's,
that.
if we would have done a proper investigation, we wouldn't be guessing so much about all this.
Well,
Yeah.
because I think the fix was in before Canton police even arrived.
Absolutely. I'm on
So
board
you
with
got
that.
you got Higgins calling Albert calling everybody, leave your phones here, but the fix was in, you know what I mean? And then Brian Higgins goes from the house party at 1 a.m. directly to Canton police in his special little ATF office that he has, because he wants to be in the Canton police station
When the
so
call,
he can help manipulate the plan.
when the call comes in eventually.
So you do think he went and saw Berkey straight away?
I believe that, Helena Rafferty was newly appointed chief. Berkey is the man with the juice and all the connections. So Berkey, I think, was out on a medical just before he retired. So Helena Rafferty was the acting police chief. But this was way over our head, a cover up like this. So I believe that Kenny Berkowitz was called by people like Higgins and Albert. And they were trying to get Proctor involved. You know what I mean? So there was a whole bunch of stuff going on. That's why you have the butt dials and all the deleted calls. So between, say, 12:30 in the morning till 6 a.m. or whatever time Canton police finally gets to the scene.
Yeah.
There's been calls and connections and fixing going on all night long.
Yeah. From the
So my theory of the depth of this corruption is to the point where I believe Officer Saraf from Canton PD and whoever the other officer was that showed up at Brian Albert's house.
Yeah.
The fix was already in.
Good.
Like lie about what address it is. Don't bother Brian Higgins in his house. Don't knock on his door.
Wow.
That's how I believe how corrupt this whole thing was from the get-go, from the jump.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But a lot of law enforcement officers think that, like, retired ones that can say something,
Yeah, well,
the fact that there was zero Boston police at this trial at all, tells me all those Boston cops know this whole thing is dirty.
Yeah, they don't want to be involved.
Yep. So the reason I wanted to ask you all these questions, Scott, is because the inner workings of all of this. You know how they work. You know how they, like, we were just listening before you jumped up to the LV cops telling us how it works, like, and you're telling us this is exactly how it works and this is what is going on. So now I'm more on board because I'm hearing it from people in law enforcement telling me. So that's a whole other
Well, it's when I listen to those Las Vegas guys, it sounds like they have a very solid department up and up. There's not like deep corruption. There's not. Massachusetts is a totally different animal.
Well, what
if you look at how who's in charge, how Bev's a judge, how and who is on the DA's detective units, it's all political. It is. It just is.
We're just calling them meatballs, frat boys now. We know what that means now.
Governor Maura Healey hires this out-of-state guy that's retired from the New Jersey State Police to be the new state police colonel.
I saw that. Is that good or bad?
Well, it's good. It's somebody that's not part of the matrix of Massachusetts coming in. But if he just goes right to his ivory tower and he's not boots on the ground, he's not going to know what's going on. Does he understand that all these DAs have assembled their own personal state police detective groups and the years-long, decades-long, generational-long corruption that's already in place? You can bring a guy in from out of state to fix it, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah. So I'm thinking if they don't start with, ironing out the frat boys being attached to their DAs, that kind of thing, if they don't start there, if he doesn't start there, then he's, like you say, just going to jump in his ivory tower and collect his pension.
Right. I mean, this guy might be very good and he might be very intelligent and very experienced from his time in the New Jersey State Police.
Yeah.
But if he comes to Massachusetts as the new Massachusetts State Police Colonel, does he understand the matrix? Does he understand how and why these DAs have their own personal detectives working in their office? Does he get it? Like, it's going to be a lot for him to even grasp and then try to fix.
Yeah. Interesting. So what else did I want to ask you? Okay, so there were some extra people that came in and out of the Sallyport video. Do you believe that one of the female officers that came in and out was Chief Rafferty?
Some people believe Rafferty's on the tape, but there's also a female officer that left Canton Police and she went to Boston Police.
Yeah.
And she was on the witness list and she was never called.
Who's
so
witness?
one theory, it's that other officer, the other female officer that doesn't work there anymore.
So hang on, whose witness list was she on?
I believe she was on the defense witness list. I mean, the defense only called 6 people. They had a lot more people than that to call.
Right.
They had neighbors in the neighborhood that were going to be called. They had a lot of people. I'm starting to think that the defense kind of just cut it short because
I think
DA Morrissey and all these corrupt police have their boogeyman coming.
I think they had a
FBI and the DOJ, and they don't want to screw up the FBI DOJ investigation that's currently ongoing.
Yeah. I think they had a strategy of keeping it short because the jurors were probably exhausted by that stage. But I think that they made their point that somebody else murdered John. I think they felt that they'd made the point that someone else did that. All they needed was the experts to say that, yes, these are dog bites, and that gives credence to the point that they were making. So I kind of did get behind their strategy of cutting it short. I thought it wasn't really necessary for them to go on and on and on.
The dynamic you have to understand in this trial, because the jury wasn't allowed to know the FBI DOJ is investigating this. And it's not, as much as I think corrupt Bev is, it's not all her fault, because U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy wrote a letter to Beverly Cannoni telling her, you can't reveal this TUI information to the jury directly. You can't tell the jury directly that we're investigating them. So everybody had to tiptoe through that whole thing during the trial. Karen Reed's defense attorneys, the judge.
Yeah.
They had said, well, if it comes out naturally, if the door is opened, it'll come out. But everybody was panicked not to let the jury know that the FBI DOJ is on this. And some of the jurors that have been interviewed by people like Turtle Boy have said, we wish we knew the FBI hired like the ACA or crash daddies. They had no idea, some of these jurors.
Yeah, right. Interesting. Let me just go and check what's going on over here. Just hold that thought for a second. Karen, talk
with Scott. I could talk with Scott all day. He's got a great accent. Yeah.
Well, I like the Aussie girls' accents. I mean,
Right. Microdot's video is still there. I'm playing it. It's going. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
not,
it could be because you're linked into the original link.
I don't know. It's definitely
yeah,
here.
people want to see the LA, Las Vegas guys, not listen to me talk.
No, but they said that's been pulled. Somebody, UK or you, Carrie, has said that video has been pulled from YouTube.
But I'm looking at it right now, and it's all
Yeah.
here.
But come out of it and go back in to see if it's still
No,
there.
if it's gone, I want to be able to keep playing it. I'm not going to come out and see it's gone. No.
I mean, you don't want to strike. You don't want to strike.
Well, at least we've got a backup of it somewhere if it was something like that. Hey,
You're just a
I'm
devil.
saving it, Carrie. I got it. I'm not going to get rid of it. And we're very
But
happy.
the Las Vegas cops guy video, the interview that Richie did from Microdots is powerful. When you get to the end, they're talking about horrendous things they've seen and done in their careers.
Oh, that's probably why you're not probably allowed to get too.
And they talk about post-traumatic stress and the destruction and death they've seen in their duties. It's pretty powerful.
That would be probably off YouTube. Yeah.
Yes. Who's got a?
Yeah, YouTube doesn't like reality.
No, you have to. There's now a checklist in YouTube before you upload any video. You have to say, is there anything? You know, you have to do a whole checklist of. And one of the questions is there anything that would be disturbing? Anything about real life? It's quite a lengthy questionnaire you have to go through.
Well, if people seen that whole video, it's pretty disturbing at the end. Even people that weren't in law enforcement, if you watch that video, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, we don't want to play that, Aussie.
I will catch what I can, but when it gets hectic and rough, I'll probably have to stop it because then they'll take it off my channel.
Aussie, everybody's telling you not to quit it. I don't know.
No, I'll keep.
Yeah, I don't. Would YouTube actually strike one of Microdot's videos because it went there?
No, it's not a strike. When you talk about topics they don't like you to talk about, they will often. The first step depends how deep it goes. I don't think them guys would, into any really bad details that YouTube's going to actually knock them off their channel off altogether. I think what goes on is you need to look at the different levels of strikes that they give you. And if it's just language, then it will be you can't monetize it. If it's straight up things that I can't even say, but they're probably in that video, then they'll consider taking it off the air and say, like, only in some countries it can be seen. And then there's another level again where it could get taken down altogether. And there's a deeper level where if you are a repeat offender of talking about crimes in the way that you're encouraging people to do them and all that sort of stuff, that
No, I mean, I get it, but I'm a mod on several channels, and people start using like words that I know that
probably
YouTube's not gonna like.
Yeah, it's just going to be.
But like I'm the type of person in my experience and whatever. I just want to tell the truth, but you can't on YouTube. It's like it really bugs me.
Right. Well, hang around. Let's play some more of it because you say it's going to be good. So hang out with us while we look at it. Do you want to?
Sure.
Cool. I'll chuck it back up then. Thank you for answering all our questions. That was very informative. And as I said, I was on the fence with how deep this was going to be until I heard it from, either the FBI or cops that are in the know. So,
well, if you go back to Morrissey's hostage tape from August of 2023.
Yeah, that didn't age well.
He jumps the shark and tries to shoot it all down. There's no way all these McAlberts lied. Our police are good. I'm not corrupt. Don't listen to the hype. Don't listen to Turtle Boy. They're all crazy people. I got my cone-shaped tinfoil hat on right now.
Yeah, no, it didn't age very well because nearly everything that he said in that was proved to be a lie. So, dude kind of hung himself there, didn't he? All right, well, let's go.
It's a violation of ethics. I don't know how he's not in trouble with the bar or whatever. You can't do that as a district attorney. You can't go out there and avow a defendant's guilt and defend all your corrupt police and the lying witnesses. It's outrageous.
Yeah. Crazy town. Yeah, well, all right, let's switch over to this before we do lose it, and let's watch it together. Let me get my presentation back up. Cheers.
I can't see it on there.
Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. There we go. Everyone can see it?
Yeah.
And look, it's all there, so far as I can tell. All the way to...
These guys are great. These guys are tight with each other. Even though they rode single in cruisers, they were partners together on the same shift. They went to all the same calls for like at least 10 years.
Yeah.
These guys are like
tight.
strong.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to mute myself. If you want to say something, go ahead. I'll try to like hit the pause button so you can say stuff. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
At gunpoint, they're like, I don't give a shit, shoot me. You pull out the taser, they're like, oh, shit, okay. It's funny, they didn't care about a gun because they know we're not going to shoot them. But the taser, we can tase them.
50,000 volts of pure love.
Oh, that taser's horrible.
Why do you think so many good cops stay silent?
So this is what I think. I think that the corruption runs deep and high.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think that an officer that is on the good side, if he goes shows support, he might have repercussions coming his way. And not necessarily in a bad way, but hey, you're not going to be doing foot patrol.
Yeah.
Right? And now that's just in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But if the corruption runs deep, shit runs downhill.
Uh-huh.
So they want to stay away from that shit. This is one of the few jobs besides the military that you will die for somebody that you completely don't even know.
That's right.
Trying to help them.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a consequence that, you know, Brian and I both, you know, took it on. But here in Las Vegas, when an officer goes down, it's a citywide mourning. I mean, his pictures, P numbers on the billboards.
The strip will go blue.
Yep.
The whole strip. All the casinos will turn their lights blue. Like, it's a big deal here. Like, there's not much of a bigger deal than it would then happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's easier for them just to not say anything and appear not to take a side.
Yep.
It could be. Could be they just want to get it over with, let it disappear, and be done.
Listen, mud is on their face. Mud is on their hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
You like that?
Mm-hmm. I do like that.
How much experience do you guys have working with the feds? And are you aware of the federal investigation in this case?
Mm-hmm.
I'm aware of it. We're aware of it. And listen, you're not going to hear anything about what's going on with the feds.
Mm-mm.
When it's done, you're going to see how deep this web really runs.
Yeah.
Because they're going to dig every stone, turn every stone, and dig every cave. They're just going to dig deep.
Yeah.
So when the feds come out, and the DOJ is involved as well, I believe.
Yeah. It's going to be a shitstorm.
But we've never had to deal with the feds on our side.
No, anytime I dealt with the feds out on certain calls, if I needed to call them or they responded, it was, you know, they're good people.
Yeah,
they're good people. But why are we going to hear anything about this, like in the news or anything? Nope. You're not going to hear anything until the feds have everything shut tight, and they're like, "All right, this is what we have. This is what happened, and here's who's going to jail."
Prison.
You know, unless the corruption, I mean, the FBI, I mean, you know, nowadays when you look at the NSA and CIA and FBI, Secret Service, ATF, it's, I don't know. I don't diss on them by any means. It just doesn't mean what it used to mean 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It's almost like sometimes they almost seem weaponized for certain things. And you know, I don't like it, but you know, what can I do? But if the feds and the DOJ are going to go after them, if they're honest, it is going to be a lot to uncover, and it's going to get bad. Yep. It's really going to be bad for those officers.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm concerned about, is that maybe it runs so deep that they just decide we can't take down the whole state of Massachusetts. I mean, these people might be all connected, like in politics and law enforcement and the judiciary.
It could be that wild. Like, we don't really know, right? I mean, it could be some kind of crazy, wild story, and everyone's like, holy shit. Like, wow.
I'll tell you.
We don't know. It could be something simple.
Listen.
It seems like it's pretty simple, right? Either the love triangle or dirty cops, and John was going to rat him out, and they thumped him.
I'm going to say something that's probably not going to be too popular, but I'm going to say it anyway. So when you have one of your first officers up there commit suicide, then you know something's deep.
With the ones that are in trouble, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Or somebody that might not be directly in trouble, but just involved in the situation.
Interesting.
And he happens to take his life because he knows he's going to prison.
That'd be something.
If the dots connect, it ain't a conspiracy. If the dots connect, it's not a theory.
That's right.
It is what it is.
The evidence.
It is what it is.
We deal with evidence.
Yeah, I connect dots, and if it's looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck. Now, you can lie all you want, but again, it's hard to cheat evidence.
And it's hard to keep a lie up.
And it's hard to keep a lie with that many people going on and on and on.
Right. Can you guys talk a little bit about internal affairs? So we know that their internal affairs for the Mass State Police are looking at Proctor and Tully and Buchanan, but I kind of get the sense that they're only covering their own ass because they waited till the trial was over to announce that they're looking into Proctor, which leads me to believe that if Karen was found guilty, he might have just got off and they wouldn't have done anything, right? They said the day after the trial, we immediately took action and opened an investigation into Michael Proctor's activity, and they're focusing it on the text messages when we know there's so much more they could be looking at. Is internal affairs, are they really looking for the truth, or are they kind of just to cover their own ass and talk to the media?
Well, their feet are to the fire, right? They have to do something.
Maybe.
Right? So
maybe they're dirty just like everybody else.
They could be very dirty as well, and they're just trying to do what they can to CYA their butt, like you're saying. But a real good internal affairs, man, they're going to go after the cop. They're going to find out what policies he violated. If he violated any civil rights of the person, right, they're going to hammer him that way. But that's if you have a clean IB department.
Yeah, if they're dirty. I mean, you got to remember, IA is the police of the police, right? Kind of. They can get away with more than a lot of other people.
Yeah.
They can get away with a lot.
Yeah.
Right. Especially if you're high up in IA, captain or whatever, you could do a lot of damage.
Make that event go away.
Yeah. Even in Vegas, I would have to say IA could do some things if they wanted to, because no one really looks into IA. Right.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with IA, right? Nobody really looks into them, right? Now, Vegas does. We do have something. I'm not going to say anything, but we do have something to keep track.
Them at bay.
To keep them at bay. Not every department does, though. So they could have absolutely just said, you know what? If she goes to prison, we're good.
Yeah.
If she doesn't, you guys are screwed.
Yep.
So you better get her in prison. You better make this look good. Easily could have happened that way. Easily the head person in charge said, make this go away right now or you're going to prison. I could see that happening just like that. Or they could say, let's play it where it lies. Let's see what happens.
There's going to be some sacrificial lambs.
There's going to be some sacrificial lambs. And then once the news hit and Proctor and everybody is totally just making fools of themselves, now he's like, okay, we got to do something. Bro, we got to do something. This dude's
it's the best we got.
We got to do something. We got to do something. So
that's what it feels like.
Yeah. It could kind of go either way. I would hope that they're not dirty and they're just saying, you know what, we better look into this. This is now we're starting to really look bad. Now they probably thought it wasn't going to be as big.
Exactly.
As it was. So now the whole nation knows about it. So now they're under the microscope. They better do their job or they will not have jobs.
Interesting. Speaking of that, what what's the process to terminate a police officer, and how does the union come into play with that?
Well,
I've never been fired, so I don't.
yeah, me neither. But I mean, I've been on some. I've spoken at a couple people's arbitrations. Like October 1st, I was one of the guys who went through the door on October 1st here. Saw a lot of cowards that night. A lot of cowards, and some of them got fired.
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
It's just
The biggest mass murder in Las Vegas.
Yeah, October 1st, the October 1st shooting
Jason
here in
Aldean.
Vegas. Jason Aldean,
Aldean's
remember,
concert.
biggest active shooter in U.S. history.
At that concert?
It was the Route 91 active shooter.
1 October.
It happened on 1 October 2017.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it's all good. That's where the suspect was shooting outside of Mandalay Bay. He was in the hotel room, and he was shooting down onto the crowd.
Yes.
He shot like over 500 people that night. So I was up there anyway.
Wow.
Arbitration.
Yeah, if it depends on what the charges are. You can get put on admin leave with pay. You can get put on admin leave without pay. That's usually without pay is you messed up. You violated someone. You basically committed a crime. And that's when they're going to get you with admin leave without pay. And that's what I believe Proctor, he might be without pay now with everything that's come out. They probably put him on admin leave with pay first. Now it's probably without pay because they're seeing, dude, you really messed up. The union, in Vegas, the union will protect you unless you commit a crime.
Yeah.
If you commit a crime
And charged with it.
and you're charged with it, like let's say me and Gonzo go out and we commit armed robbery as cops, right? We put up, we rob somebody. The union's gonna be like,
Done.
nah. So they can kind of pick and choose who they want to represent, as long as if you committed a crime, they're not going to represent you. So depending on the situation after that, it's actually pretty easy to get fired, because if the sheriff says, look, I want him gone, and it meets the matrix, like if it's that serious,
He has the final say.
the sheriff has the final say. And if the sheriff says you're fired, you're fired. Now, then you can go to arbitration
And try to get a job back.
and the two lawyers battle it out, and you try to get your job back. That has happened a bunch of times here with Metro. I helped a guy who got his job back. He was a great cop. So it really depends on the scenario, the crime, if there's any charges.
But they won't protect you if you lie, though. If
They're
you
not
get
going
caught
to
lying,
Yeah, if you get caught lying, they won't protect you. And if it's a crime, they won't protect you.
Yeah.
So it's hard to lose your job if you're a good cop.
Yeah.
I mean, I made it 22 years. He made it 20 years. I've never even had a problem.
Mm.
You know, did I get in trouble a couple times? Yeah, but nothing serious.
But you have to kind of get in trouble because you're working on that.
You're always
Gray area,
You're always
right?
in the gray. So cops, you're going to get in trouble here and there because you can't please everybody. But so if you're a good cop, it's kind of hard to get fired. If you're a bad cop or crooked cop, they will get you.
They look at you eventually. Yep.
Eventually, you're going to slip up. You're going to say something or whatever, or somebody's going to see you. Like here with Metro, if I see you doing something shady, I'm not going to turn a blind eye. I'm going to be like, what are you doing?
They don't do that here.
Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? Not saying I'm going to drill him, but I'm not getting in trouble for something somebody else is doing.
Especially if he's on your squad.
Yeah. So I think every one of these guys should absolutely be fired.
Oh, yeah.
They shouldn't even be employed now.
I agree.
You can't trust them. You can't trust. Proctor is going to have every case he's ever done torn apart now.
And it's only going to cost you guys money.
Yeah, it's going to cost you guys a lot of money, but they're going to go through every case he's done because they're going to be like, well, he's dirty now. What else did he do? Let's find out, shall we?
Yeah.
And they're going to go through computers, everything he's ever written. And that sucks for him.
Well, you guys got another case that happened a while ago about a girl that got murdered, or she was pregnant or something like that.
Yeah, Sandra Birchmore.
Yep.
So it is?
Birchmore.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they some people wanted us to do that case. I haven't looked at it yet.
You definitely should.
That looks dirty to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, triangulations. Yeah, that's hard to prove. It really is.
It's just that's an odd way. I've had a bunch of those in person, like here at Metro in my career.
Hey, Scott, what did I miss? You were saying something about Maureen Healy?
I'm just critical of Moore Healy. It's like she's appointing a new state police colonel, which is like looks good for the news conference, but what's it really gonna do?
Yeah, right. Okay, I thought maybe they raised something that you disagreed with, so that's why I was interrupting.
No, I mean they're basically saying all these cops are dirty and they should all be taken down, which I agree with.
Yeah,
But Maura Healy is not going to budge. All she's doing is appointing a new state police colonel to give the appearance that she's trying to fix the problem.
yeah. Well, you know what would fix the problem? Fire all them bastards that they've got on bloody charges right now. That would be a great start, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, these guys are veteran, solid, true to the heart cops, and they see the corruption going on here, and they're upset about it. They're like, yeah, drag them all down.
That's what I'd do too. But you know, that's how I deal with shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go get that sugar now. I already did a trip over there and no one answered the door, so I'm gonna go again. But I'll press play again and we'll play it out a bit longer.
We can't stop it if anything gets dodgy.
That's it. I'll stop it if it does. It's only across the ways. It's not that far, so I'll be back. I just want coffee. Want coffee today. So, all right.
Rear with the same thing with the doorknob. And
It looks like it's paused, Scott.
What was that?
Let's look into this. So I believe you. So let's dig deep.
We need to dig into this one.
Yeah.
We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Nice.
But that's a shame, man. That's a shame. We might have to do that one.
Was he in uniform when he came in?
No.
Okay.
He wouldn't be that stupid.
Well, we're talking about.
He was stupid.
Oh.
So none of them work there anymore. There's 3 guys who are kind of involved. One was like some kind of in a leadership position, and the other 2 were, I think, regular.
Well, but yeah, they got fired probably because of the alleged sexual assault, right?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible.
I'm fascinated by what you said about the 2017 shooting. Can you tell me that story, or is that something you don't want to talk about?
Oh, that's probably why the music. Oh, shoot. And we can't pause it. Oh, shoot.
But I was there. I was acting sergeant that night. I had a rifle. Everybody's freaking out on the radio, screaming and yelling. It's the worst radio traffic I've ever heard in Metro history.
We thought it was a Mumbai incident.
Yeah, I thought it was Mumbai. I thought.
What's going on, Jimmy? He's coming from upstairs in the Mandalay Bay. Upstairs in Mandalay Bay, halfway up. I see the shots coming from Mandalay Bay. Halfway up. Control 361 IC. We have multiple 458 breaks. Give me a surge.
So I had a rifle. They're screaming for people with the rifles. I get to Mandalay Bay. I get a 4-man team. We make entry, going through the casino. That's when I run into Levi, the SWAT officer. We go upstairs. We go through the room. We get into the room.
Mind you, this guy's got cameras set up outside of his door so he can monitor who's coming.
Yeah, he's got cameras. And he shot down the hallway, 208 rounds down the hallway. Whoa. He drilled the doors shut, so we had to breach. We had to blow it up. Then when I left that room, we ran down to, they're saying active shooter at New York, New York. So I'm running down the hallway with my team, and we go down to the basement, get into a Mandalay Bay maintenance cart because I'm not running anymore. Get into a cart, and we're driving down the boulevard with our rifles in a Mandalay Bay cart, heading towards New York, New York.
There's one that came in at 23:06 hours secondhand. There was a shooter at the front desk of New York, New York. And there's approximately 150 subjects sheltered in place inside the kitchen area there. And 2 shots were fired inside casino floor.
Because I was like, I'm getting something tonight. I'm doing something to help this city. Then I ended up at the door of Route 91, which was the festival where the shooting happened. FD's standing there and they're like, hey, we need, they're flagging us down. Like, hey, we need to get in here. So I was like, is this Route 91? This is where the concert was? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, y'all ain't been in there yet? It's been like an hour and a half. These people are shot on the ground.
Wow.
And they're like, we can't go, it's too dangerous. So we did what's called force protection. So we do a diamond around FD, right? So cop front, back, side, FD's in the middle. I was front, right? So I'm lead. It's dark. It was eerie, probably one of the eeriest things I've ever seen in my life and felt. And
all you see is bodies.
Yeah, it was like a Civil War scene. And there's bodies everywhere. And there's like phones ringing. And remember, it's dark. So there's like wigs and prosthetics and wheelchairs and purses. Yeah. So what I did is I led the team to each person, right? Light them up with my light so we can see their injuries, check for signs of life, black tag for dead. So. Yeah, we ran out of black tags.
50.
Yeah.
58.
Yeah, we ran out of black tags.
Horrible.
It was horrible. Being out on the field was worse than going through the door. Because going through the door, I'm like, all right, we're going to get in a gunfight. At least we're going to get to smoke some of these fools. Going out on the field, it was mostly women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
And it was elevated. So all the shots were in the ear, face, neck,
up the torso,
chest. And it was horrible, man. Yeah.
You stormed his room and then you went down to the concert to help people?
Yeah, we did like 20 hours. When I got out of my car on the boulevard in Russell, he had just stopped shooting. Probably, I think they said on record it was like 38 minutes from the time we came into Mandalay Bay and got up to the room and made entry. It was like 38 minutes, 40 minutes.
That's a long
time. It was a little bit, but he had stopped shooting. And then, so our goal was to bring his attention to us. So start shooting at us.
Oh my God.
Safe people, right?
Aussie.
Right? If you're going to shoot at somebody, shoot at us. Because at least we can shoot back, right?
Aussie.
So that.
Yeah, they're saying that a new one has been uploaded. So if you want to click off this one and go to the new one.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Alrighty, let me see what I can find. My son just felt so bad because I've been sitting here for so long waiting for coffee. So he's decided he's going to go get the sugar.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, it's 1:30. It's 1:30 here in the UK, and I'm still drinking coffee.
I haven't even. I had one this morning at 3, so that's it. Usually my brain doesn't function without 4, but I'm just sitting here going.
We don't know why they pulled it. But somebody in the chat said that it says note with no graphic scenes or something. Stop being a Karen.
Let me just have a look. She received a violation for graphic image, so it's been addressed and re-uploaded.
Yeah, play that one then.
What are we up to? We're up to 40 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. This one here.
Listen to Peter. Shush, Karen. Oh, boy.
All right. Now I got to mute myself first or we're going to all get bugged out.
Right? If you're going to shoot at somebody, shoot at us. Because at least we can shoot back, right? So that was our goal. And then obviously to get in there and stop them. No.
He took the cowards way out.
He took the cowards way out.
Confirmed now that he shot himself. They did not kill him after breaching and getting inside the hotel room.
What's going through your mind in a situation like that? Are you just pure adrenaline in the zone?
No, I've learned to control my adrenaline.
It's business.
It's business.
It's
yeah.
business.
I was pissed. I was pissed that this guy is killing all these innocent people for no reason.
We have an active shooter. We have an active shooter inside the fairgrounds.
Copy code red at 169 Sammy. Do you have shots?
179 Sammy is coming from upstairs in the Mandalay Bay.
It's fireworks. It's fireworks. Stop. It's fireworks. Guys, hey, get them down. Hey, you guys. Go that way. Get out of here. There's gunshots coming from over there. Go that way. Go that way. Gunshots right here. Let's go that way, go that way, go that way. Hey, they're shooting right at us, guys. Everybody stay down. Stay down. Where's it at? Oh, the Mandalay Bay is coming out of the window. Both of the Mandalay Bay is coming out of the window.
Get back! Get back! Get back! I know you want to. I know. Get in there.
And there was dead people everywhere, and I don't even know what was happening. People just started dropping around us, and everybody tried to stay down. And every time like a group would get up to try to run away, they just start shooting again, and it just kept going on and on.
Run, go.
A lot of dead bodies. A lot of people were just piling on top of whoever, even if they're bleeding or not, just to stay down. So I know I have a lot of people's blood on me right now.
Yeah, I'm going to end him. When I find him, I'm going to end him. There's not going to be no taken into custody. You just shot like 500 people. I'm sorry, but I am ending you. Period. There's no discussion. I'm coming through that door, guns blazing. As soon as I see you.
Wow. You guys are heroes. What an experience that must have been, huh?
You know, there were some heroes. There were some heroes there, and a lot of the heroes were the citizens that just helped other people.
Yeah, the citizens were the true heroes that night.
They were. Yeah. They risked their lives as well because they were dragging people under gunfire. Crazy. And not enough goes out to them because they really did save a lot of lives. They were commandeering cars on the strip to go to the hospitals, and every hospital activated. What's that called? Red. Yeah. Activated red means that every doctor available is going to be treating these people that are coming in.
Code red.
So it was a crazy.
It was a night that I feel like it turns out that me and my team did more than most, but I feel like I didn't do enough.
Yeah.
And we weren't trying. I wasn't trying to do more. I'm a cop.
Doing business.
Yeah, I handle business. We got an active shooter in Mandalay Bay. I'm going. Once I'm inside, it's done. Okay. Well, now we have an active shooter in New York. I'm going. I'm not waiting for people to get dispatched. It's a crazy night. It was like anarchy. So what do I do? I'm going to go to New York, and handle business.
Yeah.
Boulevard to get there, whatever. I'm going to get. The only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun.
Right.
If the good guys don't step up and stop him, who's going to?
Yeah.
No one.
Nobody.
Yep.
He's just going to keep shooting. So we're the good guys with guns.
Yep.
And like I made my peace with God a long time ago.
Yep.
You have to, because you could die at any time.
Might be your last day.
Yeah. And I'm okay with that. Like I don't want to, but if I have to die on the biggest U.S. massacre, that's an honorable death.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
We did have an officer die.
Yeah. Charles Hartfield.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's good too.
Yep. He was an attendee there.
That's tragic.
Yeah.
He was at the concert.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He died protecting people.
He's a hero.
Yeah.
You know, like right after October 1st, there was another active shooter, right? In our area, my area, at the Ross, dressed for less. Security guard went crazy, started shooting at everybody in there. Who goes? Me.
Are you serious?
Me and him have a gunfight out front. You can watch that on video.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us here at 6 o'clock. I'm Sasha Loftus. Community members are speaking out about the importance of emergency plans after a security guard opened fire at a Ross yesterday.
Police say this started as an altercation between Mahmoud and a female manager at the Ross store. We've learned that they were arguing about a customer who left their shopping cart by the front entrance. Now, police say Mahmoud got angry because the shopping cart was left there. The manager told him over their radio system to stop complaining. Police said things escalated and Mahmoud said, quote, "I'll kill you." He then left the store, got a handgun, came back and fired 16 rounds. Many of them were aimed at the manager as she was running through the store. The body camera footage from the officer shows that as soon as he got out of his car, he was under fire from Mahmoud. The officer fired a total of 5 rounds, hitting Mahmoud once. Now, all this happened in a busy shopping center, and police say they're thankful all the shoppers were unharmed.
Taking someone's life is very different. It changes you forever. After you shoot somebody, it replays in your mind over and over and over, even while you're talking to people. It's the best way to describe it is
driving down the road.
Yeah, it's like picture in picture, right? You ever had a TV with a picture in picture?
Yeah.
It's like that. I might be sitting here talking to you, but I have a little picture screen and it's running over and over. And that was very frustrating for me at first, because it can happen for days and it can drive you nuts. And the shrink told me it's your brain processing it, because everything that happened, your brain can't handle it. So it's every time it's replaying it, it's processing actually what happened. And that could take hours or that could take days.
And the thing is it's not normal for you to kill somebody.
Yeah.
So the way it was explained to me is your brain's not processing it.
Yeah.
That's why it's doing it over and over again until it realizes, okay, this is what happened. You're okay with it.
Yep. And then it slowly slows down. And then it goes away.
But it just started back up just now, though. So
Oh, I hope not.
Anytime, and I mentioned this in a video when we're doing Higgins. At one point, he stares, and he's staring for like 30 seconds. And I say, you see that stare?
He's replaying.
He's replaying what happened that night. He's reliving it. He's looking down and he's just staring. You get, the 1,000-yard stare?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know it. I recognize it because I do it. When I'm telling you the October 1st story, I can see what I was doing that night. You every time you tell it, you kind of relive it.
That's crazy.
But it's a traumatic situation. Those traumatic situations get burned in your mind.
Right.
Yeah. Like I still can picture.
Smell it too.
Yeah. All the dead people out on the field. Like I see them all the time. And it sucks. I don't want to see them, but I do. It sucks. But it's just part of life, man. And this job can really destroy you if you let it.
Break you down.
So it's
life.
It's tough.
you guys are the people who run into those buildings with shooters, and I think you deserve a lot of credit. And I really appreciate your honesty and your stories. And I mean, this is just an amazing interview. So thank you.
Yeah, we have a million stories.
Thanks, Rich. We have a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, Aussie.
First time I've seen some of that footage.
They basically just deleted the part where he does his takedown in another incident.
Oh.
Everything else was pretty much still intact. They also deleted the photographs of the shooter unalived up in the hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I'd seen most of those videos that we saw. I remember.
I mean, it's still a powerful presentation, but obviously, Richie from Microdots had to make it YouTube friendly.
Yeah, which makes sense.
So if you saw the full original version, you would have saw another incident where he takes down a shooter, and YouTube hates those videos.
Yeah.
And then it was more graphic videos of the shooter in the Vegas, this shooting here, that after he unalived himself in the hotel room.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably better not to see it.
Yeah, I'm not good with
Yeah,
that.
Richie was pushing the boundaries of YouTube there with the original version.
Yeah.
He was. I'm not good with those sort of videos.
I mean,
like, I have such a weak stomach. You'd think I would be in a different like genre of bloody YouTube for the weak stomach that I have.
well, we have what's coming up 9/11, and every time I see that, I still get moved, and feel absolutely horrific that our society could get to this,
Well, one of the reasons active officers, retired officers, military guys that have been in theater, it's hard for them to like relay stories to civilians, if you will, because the story they might have to tell is very graphic.
Yeah.
And your average civilian is like, oh my God, it's like,
Yeah.
what is this person talking about? This is insane.
Yeah. Guess what? I'm afraid to admit it, that's me. There's a couple of different topics, my audience will be, oh, cover this case and cover that case. And sometimes I really have to just like switch off and do something different because it's too much all at once. I know what my limit is mentally, and yeah, I couldn't cover a case like that.
I remember when my children were young, and I specifically remember one day where I came home and it was a really bad day. And I think my son was, I don't know how old he was. Dad, how was work today? And in the back of my mind, I'm like, well, I seen somebody unalive today. Like, I can't tell him that right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the same. I worked in child protection for a while, and it's the same. The stuff is just, you can't talk about it. It's like, and I wasn't into true crime then. I was into, I wasn't watching any of that stuff on YouTube, not even movies with anything bad, because it's like that's your day-to-day life, and you want to get away from it,
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I gotta take a break and go watch some comedy and a movie and just get away from it and get
Well,
through.
plus if you're active duty, most departments have like the gag order. Like you can't relay stories to the press. You can't like all press conferences have to go through the spokesperson.
Yeah,
like you're not going to be able to go up to one of those cops right after it happened if you're a reporter and ask him any questions. You literally can't answer them.
Yeah, same in England. We're not allowed to talk about anything.
Well, we don't get nothing here in Australia. None of our crime cases are allowed to be talked about. The courts shut everything down. None of the press is allowed to publish anything. It's all got gag orders on it. I just watched one one show recently, Australian Current Affairs. They just, this couple, their kid was out and was murdered by someone else's kids, and they weren't allowed to talk about it for more than a decade. And then finally, like they fought this gag order for all of that time because they just want to remember their daughter. Obviously, I think she was only like 8 or 9, and it finally came through the higher sort of channels, and then they turned around after 10 years of telling them they couldn't talk about it. They turned around and said, "Oh, you could have talked about it the whole time. We didn't stop you."
Right.
And I was
Yeah.
like, that's
But
an
in the
art.
UK, it's a little bit different. Like if there's an active court hearing, right? So if it's an ongoing court hearing, you do have to get permission of what's released because they don't want a media judgment, right?
Right, trial by media.
Yeah. So, and if you work for the government, then you're not allowed to talk about any of your cases. So I can't talk about any of my cases. I can talk about the process, but I
And the
switch
details,
them up a
yeah.
bit so that nobody's identifiable or dates or anything, you know.
Well, a lot of these officers, if you look at like Sean McDonough or
Yeah.
Peter Murphy or anybody, these two Vegas guys, they're speaking freely only because they're retired. They would never do that if they were still on the job. Not even myself.
Yeah, of course, totally understood. Yeah, I'm very thankful that you came up and spoke with us, Scott, because it's good to have insight, you know, not just from cops who've done it, but someone who's from the area and knows the ins and outs. That's been very educational for us, and I really appreciate
good.
it.
Yeah. Really, really good. Thanks.
Yeah.
It
Oh, you're
helps.
welcome. Yeah, my perspective is from a different edge of law enforcement, if you will.
Right, but
Yeah.
you get to look, you get to see behind the scenes that we don't. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you're still in that position where you're seeing this stuff go on. So, and that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I'm glad that you were able to talk with us about it. And
no, it's been fun.
One of the reasons I don't press people is because I don't know what they can or can't talk about. So I don't know. I pressed you today.
I mean, the thing is, I've seen a couple of judges speak on YouTube, and they have a feeling that like the trials should be public because it educates the people. So if we on YouTube think of it that way, if we're educating, not and making opinions, and I think that's really good for people because then we can all learn from our own experiences because everybody's got
Well,
something.
I mean, one of my passions being involved in this free Karen Reed movement. Basically, I'm an OG from the very beginning. When I started showing up to hold the sign in front of the courthouse of free Karen Reed people, none of us really knew each other. We didn't know our backgrounds.
Yeah.
And somebody would ask me like, "What's your passion in this?" You know.
Yeah.
And I would say, I'd try to educate people, like to know how the system works in Massachusetts, how the judges are appointed, how the DA's office works, how the state police detectives that work in their offices become.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot to explain. Like it's not like I can meet a new free Karen Reed supporter at the next hearing and explain all I know to them, but I try.
Yeah. And I mean, we could get deep. You could get deep into the reasons why things are the way they are, and a lot of times, you know, you don't want, like, let's say if there's something going to happen and you've got a mass exodus, there's certain reasons why we get certain information, isn't it? Because the government doesn't want chaos, right?
Well, I've had disdain for the mainstream media since the late 1980s. I used to see stories they would do with stuff I was directly involved in.
Yeah.
And then I would see the actual news broadcast and just like putting my hands over my head, like, oh my God, you people twisted this so bad. I
Yeah.
can't stand what you're doing.
I was on the emergency services team in England, and yeah, we would see what was being reported to what was actually happening, and I think, wow.
And that's why I was so upset and worried about the 2020 expose on Karen Reed. I couldn't.
Yeah.
I literally have not yet watched it because I knew where they were going to go and how bad it was going to be.
Yeah, I
It's,
don't
it's
like
like it's like watching a train wreck. You know what's about to happen.
Yeah,
for sure. What's been the most shocking thing that you've learned about this whole ordeal? Like the most shocking thing, the thing that stands out the most.
Are you talking to me or Karen?
You Scott.
Well,
yeah, sorry.
I'm saying nothing about this has shocked me at all.
Not
But
a thing.
that's what I'm trying to say. But then that's when people that are
Interesting.
they think I'm like nuts. I'm like, no, I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
So,
And
I'm actually hoping for more arrests from the feds to actually justify my point of view, so I don't appear to still have my cone-shaped tinfoil hat on.
yeah, God, we're all waiting for that. But like the LV cops said, they've got to take their time. One of the things that I've tried to explain to my audience is that a lot of the evidence has been destroyed. If the feds are going to swoop in and start arresting people, it's not going to be on the evidence that was originally there when John was murdered. This is going to be other types of evidence. We're not going to get that evidence. They've already destroyed the pool. They've already got rid of the dog. They've already sold the house. They've replaced the door. And do you know what I mean? Like that stuff's all gone.
Exactly. So Brian Albert has basically ensured that we don't know what actually happened in the house, correct? We just are under the belief that John O'Keefe went into the house.
Yeah.
And he was staged on the lawn at some point, early in the morning, but none of us know exactly what happened. But how will anybody ever know exactly what happened?
Yeah.
The dog is gone, the basement floor ripped out, the house sold.
It's gone.
Witnesses have been lying since day one. And the problem is with these state police detective groups that work under the DA's office, there is literally no overseers. There's nobody above them. There's nobody in Massachusetts to fix it. So when U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy arrested Matthew Farwell last week for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore, I literally was like, thank God, because if this was left to Massachusetts, nothing's going to get fixed. Nothing's going to get done.
Yeah. So we're down to the type of evidence that the feds can use, and that's going to take them a lot longer than the physical evidence, which is all gone now. So the type of evidence, like obviously the TUI doc scared the crap out of them because there was a lot of backpedaling there. So
well, the TUI dump actually revealed indirectly to the McAlberts a lot of what the feds had on them. They didn't know. All they knew is what they had to testify in the federal grand jury.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Joshua Levy, his hand was forced. When he sent the letter to the judge and said, listen, in our good conscience, we can't let this trial go forward. Therefore, under TUI rules, we have to reveal exculpatory evidence that we've gathered in our investigation of DA Morrissey and these corrupt police.
Yeah.
Where is that exculpatory evidence? It didn't come up, did it?
Some of it did, like a lot of those text messages that you see being testified to in the trial, like when Michael Proctor's on the stand.
Yeah.
If you look at those printed sheets, the blue background with the white lettering,
yeah,
texts, Those are all FBI procured.
Right.
They were part of the TUI.
I thought they were. And so
The only reason Proctor, somebody like Proctor or Higgins or Matt McCabe even had to testify to those is because that was part of the FBI TUI.
Yeah. And so
see, the jury doesn't know that. That's what's so frustrating.
Evidence like tell them the guy didn't come in the house, for example. This is the sort of stuff that they're going to have to collect on these people in order to catch them, because there is no physical evidence really left. So,
well, and the other thing that people have to understand is these McAlberts are tight with DA Morrissey. Like they're in DA Morrissey's office with ADA Adam Lally, and he's coaching them on how they're going to testify. So somebody like Lally is showing them the FBI procured text strings, and he's telling somebody like Proctor, hey, just so you know, Michael Proctor, the FBI has your entire phone and it's going to be brought up.
Yeah.
And they're freaking out. They know that this is the evidence that's going to bury them. That's why they're freaking out.
And I thought it funny too, is Lally tried to like get ahead of it. Like he was bringing up the texts on direct with people like Proctor and McCabe. Because Lally knew that if he didn't bring it up on direct, you know, Alan Jackson or David Unetti were going to kill him on cross with all the FBI procured text strings.
Exactly. Yeah, I can see Lally scrambling to get ahead of some stuff, like throughout the entire trial. There was, you know, backpedaling on multiple things. Like he'd have, for example, I just thought of like 500 examples. So let me just get my brain into one of them. When Jen McCabe was up there, she said, when we pulled up at John's place, Karen showed us the tail light on the way into John's place when we went in there to look for him. And then the very next witness on the stand, it's like, oh, no, that was on the way out. So, like, and the jury's even confused from that. Like, why didn't they just show us that video on the way out? Oh, because they deleted it, maybe?
I got so frustrated watching this trial. I mean, most days I was out front protesting, and then or I'd be watching it simultaneously live on like the glare outside.
Yeah.
Or I'd go home that night and rewatch the testimony, and I'm like, the whole time I'm like, oh my God, these people are lying so bad.
Yeah.
It just makes you sick.
Yeah, I don't think he set him up, Shari. I don't think he set them up. I think he just had to change his story because he knew that what Jen just said was not depicted in the video. He realized that, so he had to throw Kerry in there and get her to say something different. This was all like last minute scrambling by Lally. You could tell that.
If you remember when the two of you was first dumped into the trial proceedings, Lally's assistant, who never spoke the rest of the trial, came out and said, oh, you know, those 3,071 pages of TUI handed over by the U.S. attorney, they really don't show much. I mean,
they support
it's not a big deal.
Yeah. And then the point where like there was so many different places where I could see that Lally had to take a left tack or a right tack, but the Jeep was definitely one of them. But right towards the end, when he had to change the freaking time, when he thought John was murdered, he had to change. He started at the start of the trial. He started at, it was 12:45. But then throughout the trial, it came out that Karen was already home at 12:36, so he had to switch that time again. So by the end of the trial, he's doing closing arguments. He's not at 12:45 anymore. So you could see he had to do a bunch of tick tack left and right.
Yeah.
And
Well, plus you don't forget Auntie Bev is the all-star goalie for the police state the whole trial.
yeah, exactly.
She, you know, allowing all of Lally's senseless and pointless objections. And then she refused to qualify what the objections were even about.
Yeah, we talked
I'll
about
allow it, denied, whatever. Aggravating to watch her. I can't stand her.
It's horrible.
We did talk about that a little earlier. One of the lawyers, YouTube lawyers that I watch, she came up very early in the piece and said, you know why the judge doesn't want spoken grounds on their objections? It's because she and Lally can't be held accountable for anything. She can change her story, she can make shit up and get out of any of those objections that may seem to be her being in error during an appeal. So she was setting it all up for Lally and her for appeal. That's why she ruled out objections, spoken objections.
No,
So
I mean, Beverly Cannoni is no fool. I mean, she's, doing all she could to protect Morrissey, but she's not putting herself in a position where she's really going to get in trouble. But she's definitely towing the line there.
Well, to what point really is she skirting the line? Like there's a number of different places that the lawyer, like I just mentioned, she's an appeals lawyer. There's a number of different places where she has erred, and she doesn't even realize that she has. Like she's still trying, or she does realize she's still trying to pretend she doesn't know. But there is actually a number of places where she's made a couple of pretty good stuff ups that are good chances for appeal.
Bev had literally no choice. She was sent on this mission and she couldn't back out of it. That's it.
D. Flannery's got a good question.
D, we already covered that. You might want to rewind a bit to when Scott first came on. But what's Meatball getting from this witch hunt? He's protecting his mates is the bottom line, isn't it, Scott?
No, because everything would have been solved if Meatball Morrissey and his corrupt state troopers could have even got a conviction on the second count. All his problems go away. Yep, we have the right person.
Yeah.
She was convicted, she didn't commit, the high charge. She accidentally ran him over and everything goes away for the McAlberts. All the collusion between the corrupt Canton police and the state police, it all goes away and he just whistles along. Everything's fine.
I kind of called this really early in the piece for anyone who's been watching my channel that she didn't plead out. That's Morrissey is protecting his mates. She was meant to plead out and take the rap and she didn't take it. So now he's stuck with this big giant walrus guts of no evidence against her.
No, they had a double down, triple down. They're like Mark Betterow says, they're zombies and they're going to keep coming because they literally have no choice. Bev has no choice to be behind that bench. Morrissey has no choice but to retry this case and make sure Bev doesn't eliminate charge 1 and 3. We're going to bring her back in January for all 3 charges. Well, we have the complicit mainstream media that puts out my propaganda for me. And we're just going to go ahead with it. We're not stopping. Like they're zombies. They keep coming and they're not going to stop. There's nobody above them that supervises them. Bev has no supervisor. DA Morrissey has no supervisor. On paper, you have the Massachusetts Attorney General, Andrea Campbell, who's a empty shirt. She's worthless. Mass Governor Maura Healey, who used to be the Attorney General when these crimes occurred, by the way. She's useless. All she's done is these hollow talking points in front of the mainstream media. She replaced the Mass State Police Colonel to make it look like she's doing something. But they're all in it together. They're on the SS Massachusetts corruption ship.
Sorry, I didn't mean to blast everyone with that.
They're all in it together. It's one big corrupt crew, and they're gonna their ship either sinks or forges ahead.
That's it. I'm sorry that I blasted everybody's ears out then. I had Total Boy's stream in the background just so I know when he comes on. And so that was the the cue. If you want to go watch Total Boy, he's on right now.
Yeah, I should probably get going because it's like past 2:00 here.
No worries. No
Yeah.
worries.
Well, it was nice being on here. I got to run. I'm going to go mod over at Turtle Boy.
Okay.
Oh,
We'll see you there.
And by the way, my little icon picture there, I'm in front of the State House in Massachusetts, Boston.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
And we're
Yep.
doing another protest there on September 19th on a Thursday.
There you go,
That's
guys.
wonderful. Yeah.
Because we got to give more Healy more heat.
Oh boy.
More heat on the Healy. No, I
Yeah.
agree. I agree with this. I'd be out there with you if I was in Massachusetts. I'd probably even have driven halfway across the country to come and see us.
There was people in the UK that went over. It was on the news.
I saw that. All right. Well, you go mod for Turtle Boy, and I will wrap up.
Well, thank you for having me on. This was great. Thank you.
It was. Come back again, Scott.
Yeah.
Sure.
We got more we're going to drill you with. I'm sure of it.
Okay.
All
Bye,
right.
everybody.
Thanks
Okay,
again. Bye.
Bye.
Right.
Yeah.
So-
I should probably say bye too, because
All right, coolies. Thanks again for joining us today for an impromptu. I gave you like no notice at all.
that's
So
okay.
I appreciate
No,
that.
but yeah, it was really informative, isn't it? It's like, and the chat's great. They're up to speed with everything, and I think that's the key, isn't it? To call out the bad behavior, and you know,
It is indeed. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming up. Like once I saw the 2020 show, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and stew until someone comes to talk to me. I didn't want to sit here and stew about it.
Yeah. Prince Lover knows that Karen needs to go night because I'll probably be up for another hour, but I'll be just listening in the background to other people.
Yeah, I'm going to tune.
Like,
I'm going
you're like
out.
me, or you can't sleep, and it's like, you know.
Holy Hannah, I've missed a lot of stuff going on here. All right, I'm going to run through these stars and stuff. Well, and
yeah, thank you, and we'll talk soon.
All right, thanks again, Karen.
Okay, bye, Jack. Bye.
All right, guys, let's quickly run through. I don't know who I have and haven't done, so it's from the top again. Kat Randall, thank you so much for gifting memberships. And thanks again for the super sticker. I can't remember. Now that I'm saying them, I actually do recall calling some of these out. Thank you, Shari D. Thank you, Random Girl. God, I'm terrible at reading these names out. Kat Randall again. Oh my God, you've been going nuts today, Kat. Shari D again. Thank you so much. You like how I say assume? Assume. It's like a mushroom without the And thank you for Laurie Weeks for becoming a member. And Amy Boston, I've seen you around heaps, man. Thanks for joining me. I've seen you all around heaps. It's been so good. All right, so we got it there. I pronounced it perfectly, did I, Shari? All right, now I'm going to work out how do I shoot you all over to Turtle Boy stream, and I don't know that I do. Someone in the chat tell me how to shoot you all over to Turtle Boy stream. Guess no, it's not in there. Does anybody know how to do that? Yeah, Scott did nail it perfectly. He's certainly cleared a lot of things up. I've been putting out video after video the last couple of days, asking all these questions, and we have Scott on for what, an hour or so, and he answered pretty much every single one of them. No, nobody knows how to do it. Yeah, I can't see it in here. Probably should ask Karen before she logged off. She's always good for how to operate this stuff. Edit, remove. No, it's not in there. All right, guys. I can't send you over. I can't do it. I'm supposed to be the tech head in this bloody operation. Go to YouTube Studio. Oh, thank you, Karen. I knew you were going to save me. YouTube Studio. And then into my actual stream that I'm running right now. Is a setting in there somewhere? People know how to get to TB. Don't worry. All right. Well, I don't even know how many I've got to send over. I've got 100 here, so let's give it a shot. Let's have a look. Edit title. View on YouTube. Nope. Oh, that ain't it. Here we go. I know how to do this. Look. Let me go. Let's do it this way. There's always more than one way to skin a cat when it comes to this stuff, right? Here you go. Here you are. There's the link. And I see you all over there. So I'm going to come over and say, hey, all right. I want to hear what he's got to say about a little more help, please. She's awesome. She knows how to work this stuff better than me. And thanks again, Karen, for showing me how to give away some memberships tonight. Whoever's on the next live stream will get some more memberships. So off you go. Toodaloo. Go and visit Total Boy, and I'll see you over there. Bye, everyone.